Snow and freezing fog were all about today after temperatures fell to -7 degrees centigrade last night, and more sub-zero weather is on the way this weekend. But don't worry, because it's going to get worse next month. Forecasters are saying that the same conditions behind the beast from the east in 2018, one of the worst storms to hit the UK ever, are forming again high up in the atmosphere. OK, that's it. It's war. We're going to have to start shooting the atmosphere. Experts say a sudden catastrophic... No. Well, maybe it will be. A sudden catastrophic stratospheric... A sudden catastrophic stratospheric warming, SSW. That's an event that happens when the temperature is in the stratosphere soars by 50 degrees centigrade. Wow. Really? Blimey. 50 degrees centigrade. I don't know what to wear. This apparently reverses Britain's wind pattern, bringing in weather from the west, which is warmer, to it bringing weather in from the east, which means it is coming in from Siberia. When a sudden catastrophic stratospheric warming takes place, it can take 2 weeks for the effects to be felt. So cancel everything in your diary for January. Oh, you don't have anything in your diary for January? Well, good job then, isn't it? When the beast from the east happened in 2018, blimey, I thought it was... doesn't time fly by when you're out your mind? 2018, the beast from the east. It seems like yesterday. Anyway, when that happened, the Met Office posted a code red warning... Warning! ...on, for the first time in its history. Blimey. And then blizzards blew in from Russia, with drivers and passengers stranded overnight on snow-hit motorways, and queues of brass monkeys formed outside vets. Expert Graham out of the Met Office said many weather agencies are united in the view that this sudden catastrophic stratospheric warming will take place next week. How do they know that? Science, I expect. When that happens, the sudden catastrophic stratospheric warming, around 30 kilometres up into the stratosphere, our traditional wind pattern can be reversed, he said. 2 out of 3 sudden catastrophic stratospheric warming events result in very cold episodes, but 1 in 3 has little impact at all. So 1 in 3 have no impact, which in percentage terms is, let's see, 1 goes into 3 times, and 3 goes into 100 30 times, and add the 0, so that's 130%. It turns out bad 130% of the time. Can you believe that?
No.
The general outlook for the New Year period and into the second week of January is for cold conditions to persist: snow, frosts, freezing fog. It'll be crisp, cool, frigid, bitter, biting, numbing, glacial, wintry, and, did I mention bitter? You know, like Priti Patel when she fails to deport someone.
Affirmative.
The Met Office said winds will bring more freezing air from the continent this weekend. From the continent? European air?
Oh, no.
I thought we got rid of that. British air is what we want. You don't want that smelly European air, because it comes over here, starts interfering with our forecast. The cold spell is going to continue with locally severe overnight frosts. The RAC breakdown spokesmodel Simon said, "We strongly urge drivers to exercise caution." He don't know us very well, do he?
No.
He said the message for those who have to drive is to increase their speed, according to the principle, it's my right and I can do what I want, to undertake when going round roundabouts, and to use the horn as much as possible. Of course, if you're in a hatchback, you will already be doing this, and we appreciate your cooperation.
Thank you.
Would you like to hear the rest of the forecast for January?
Yes.
What? At first, showers in the east, wintry over high ground. More extensive spells of precipitation will spread across the south and the southeast, dry and sunny elsewhere. It will not be raining in Glasgow for the foreseeable future. Amazing. During the second half of the month, colder than average conditions are most likely, although occasional milder spells are possible. Occasional milder spells possible? We'll take it. This is, it came in really, really late, and it may be one of my favourite stories of last year. There wasn't much funny about last year, so this might be my favourite. It sort of encapsulates everything about last year. Politicians telling their subjects to do something and then doing the opposite. Cancelled holidays, all the rest of that. Being in lock-in. A Canadian finance minister has resigned after going on a Caribbean holiday during the pandemic and trying to hide the fact by sending social media posts showing him in a sweater before a fireplace. He was pretending he was in Canada in a freezing blooming cold when he was actually in the Caribbean. And so he dressed his Caribbean abode like it was winter outside. Ontario Premier Doug Ford said he accepted Rod Phillips' resignation as minister hours after he returned home from a more than 2-week stay on the island of St. Bart's. This is despite government guidelines urging people to avoid non-essential travel. Well, maybe he was cold. Travelling over the holidays was the wrong decision, and I once again offer my unreserved apology, he said.
I am very sorry that I screwed up. Totally I mean, I am so sorry. You just don't know how sorry I am. I'm sorry.
That's what Mr. Phillips said in a statement confirming his resignation. He said, "That's it. I'm leaving." In a video posted on Twitter on Christmas Eve, he was wearing a big woolen jumper and drinking eggnog beside a fireplace with a gingerbread house and a little Christmas tree, pretending like it was freezing outside when he was actually in the Caribbean. Priceless. That was his little scheme. He's a criminal mastermind. There was one small detail that gave him away. This is what he said on this in his video. He says, "I want to thank every one of you for what we're doing to protect our most vulnerable." He said thousands of miles away. He said that about Ontarians, hunkered down at home, up to their eyeballs in snow. But Mr. Phillips himself had been enjoying a Caribbean vacation, if you please, since December the 13th on St. Bart's, a French island popular with the rich and famous. You know the rich and famous, don't you? No! Yes, that's them. Meanwhile, his Twitter account was suggesting that he was in snowbound Ontario. One opposition party released a video of a Zoom call showing Mr. Phillips participating in one of those Zoom meetings while wearing a sweater, pretending it was freezing outside, with a picture of the legislature as his backdrop, but the sounds of waves could be heard in the background. He left the window open. What a silly minister. Arriving on Thursday at Pearson International Airport in Toronto, wherever that is, Mr. Phillips told waiting reporters that he had made a dumb mistake.
Correct.
He said, I hope that people appreciate I am disappointed that I've disappointed no one more than myself. Right. Well, this is going to hurt me more than it hurts you. And now we must wave him ta-ta.
Bye-bye.
By the way, if you missed any of the A to Zs, they are available as a podcast. You can get the whole lot as a podcast. It's called Nick Abbott, The Whole Show, which is available on an internet near you. Simply ask for it by name. Just do an internet search on my name, Nick Abbott, and podcasts, and the three that I do will come up. They'll magic themselves right before your very eyes. It was a hoot and a half, and I want to say again, thanks for everybody that took part and that listened. It was just, it was overwhelming, the response. The A to Z of 2020 is available as podcasts. I think you'll find them delightful. But not this. A retired doctor, I mean, you know, we went through this imaginary line. It was almost like a hoop that the entire globe went through, that sits there waiting for us. It's just behind us now. We're going away from it at 10,000 miles an hour. And after we went through it, this imaginary hoop in space, we expected everything to be better. Is everything better?
No.
Not really. A retired doctor has slammed the NHS over red tape checks, which have delayed her helping dish out the COVID vaccine. former occupational physician Celia Palmer from London blasted the health service over its bureaucratic system of approval for volunteers. Which sounds bad, except, would you like someone who hasn't been checked out injecting you with something, contents unknown? No. I mean, the biggest serial killer in the country that this country has ever seen killed his patients with an injection, didn't he? And he was a GP. There's a man in America, a worker in a hospital, who took vaccines out of a fridge and left them at room temperature overnight so that when they would have been injected into people the next day, they would have been useless. So I think that people who administer jabs should be checked out, shouldn't they? All we need is an accurate, well-run government system to screen volunteers by the thousands and with great speed and efficiency.
Oh, no.
We're doomed. Meanwhile, government officials said patients who have had one dose should have their second one postponed for up to 12 weeks. What? These are the injections that you're supposed to get 2 of, right? And so those fortunate enough to have one already were in expectation of getting another one, toot sweet. And now they've been sorely disappointed. They thought, I've just got to hang on and stay safe until I can get my second jab, and then I'll be 95% secure. Then I can go out and have a life again. You can remember what a life used to be like, can't you?
No.
But apparently not. Because, and I know this is going to come as a surprise, the government have done a U-turn. I'm surprised that they don't U-turn with enough speed to disappear up themselves. Government officials said patients who have had one dose should have their second one postponed for up to 12 weeks. Yeah, small problem with that. The people who manufacture the vaccine said it might not work. They said, we don't know, we haven't tested that. We gave you clear instructions. It's written on the blooming bottle, for crying out loud. Can't you follow simple instructions?
No.
Doctors say they will defy these government orders and give a second jab to elderly patients who were promised them when they got their first shot. That's what doctors say. Not all of them, of course, but some of them, the braver ones. And in the spirit of what would Donald Trump do, I would not be surprised if those doctors were not subject to some sort of government-backed punishment for defying the dear leader. I mean, Donald Trump had that doctor who criticised him for going on his little fan trip just when he came out of hospital. He was absolutely suffused with disease, virulent he was. But he just couldn't help himself. He had to go out on a little cruise around to have people cheer at him.
I love the poorly educated.
Not one single one of them was wearing a mask. All those mouth breathers, breathing all over each other. A super spreader event of the century, and the doctor who had just treated him said that it might not be a good idea. And suddenly he wasn't a doctor at that facility anymore. And I bet the doctors who are defying the government orders to give only one shot, I bet they haven't heard the last of this. I mean, at the very least, some minister will get on TV and call them unhelpful. Or call it a cheap political stunt. What do you think, Smee?
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Let's have Ealing. Sophie.
Oh, hi, Nick. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
And thank you so much for being the very few voices of reason and truth in the media.
Yeah.
The very few.
Right.
I mean, I don't know if you listened this morning to... I think it was Andrew Pierce first thing in the morning, and then it was Ian Dale.
Yeah.
And then they had Nigel Farage on. And it was actually really quite frightening.
Frightening?
It was actually quite frightening because when they were asked about, giving us... When Ian Dale asked Nigel Farage to sort of explain to the public, how we're going to benefit now that we've left the EU.
Oh, yeah.
They can't... No one who actually voted for Brexit can actually give us any concrete examples of how we, the ordinary public, are going to benefit.
Right. Sovereignty, take control, laws,
that's
something
it.
like that.
there's no. So every time they're asked, well, can you tell us how we're going to benefit now that we're free?
Yes.
That's the language they use.
Free.
It's things like, the laws and regulations.
Yeah.
But it was like, no, how am I going to benefit? Am I going to find that my food is going to be cheaper in Sainsbury's? Am I going to find my public transport is going to improve? Are my electricity bills going to be lowered? Give me concrete examples as to how. And then what they're doing is they're changing the tone, and they're moving on to the Remainers to make it work. So they're now saying that it's up to Remainers to get behind Brexit.
Yes, it's our fault.
It's our fault, and if it doesn't work, it's going to be because we
didn't behind the project.
Allow it to work.
Yeah,
we
precisely.
didn't get behind it.
Yeah.
It's
I think one of the benefits is that perhaps we will be able to buy vacuum cleaners that suck more. What is that noise?
Really?
What is that noise in the background?
That's you. Sorry.
Turn me off.
It's only because I just realised that I need to charge my phone. I didn't want to be cut off. I just wanted to point out to the public all these Brexiters who are now joyful and partying this morning.
I don't think they're doing anything of the sort. I think they're trying to whip themselves into a state of ecstasy, not really knowing why, and feeling a little bit deflated because I think it really has dawned on them now that, okay, they got it, they won, we'll get over it, but what precisely did they win? I think you're right. How is their life going to change in any way that's actually positive? Underneath the stories of this on the Daily Mail, with the pictures of the Union Jack and pictures of the Euro flag on fire, that kind of thing. There was comment after comment after comment of people saying, "Whoa, okay," because the Daily Mail had just listed all of the things that are about to change, all of which were in one way or another negative, and the people underneath were saying, "Yeah, well, okay, but what about the positive?" As though they were waiting in expectation of being told that something good is about to happen to them. Well, I thought you knew what you voted for.
But, the funniest thing is Nigel Farage wants to unite the country now that we've exited the EU. That was, and he's waiting for a peerage. He's very disappointed that he wasn't named in the New Year's honours list.
Right.
I mean, how ridiculous is that?
I think he would sit quite comfortably in that disreputable house. I think he'd find his ilk there, no question.
Well, he's certainly looking for a job. He said that he's hoping that he'll be given some kind of position this year. He's looking for something this year. He obviously hasn't got anything else to do now that Brexit has happened.
Yeah, a government position.
Well,
is that what he's wangling?
He actually honestly believes that he's the man to unite the country now that Brexit is over.
Okay, well,
but it's just
small steps, Nigel. First of all, try getting elected as an MP. If you can beat a man in a dolphin suit, that is.
Oh well, it just amazed me that the Brexiters cannot name not even one thing apart from apparently sovereignty and making our own laws, which to the common man, we don't really have any power over that anyway. I mean, it's our government that ends up doing it, and we don't necessarily agree with our government.
Well,
so
of course, the Conservative Party have been in power for, 30 of the last 40 years, something like that, and the good people of this country keep voting them in over and over again, expecting a different result. If your life has not improved over the last few decades, then it is very unlikely to improve in the future if you keep voting in the same people. I mean, it just blows my mind that people keep doing something that is not in their own interest because they keep being persuaded by vague notions that their life is going to improve if they do.
Well, I'm hoping that perhaps the only one good thing out of this will be that people will actually see that they were conned, because this really is a big con. And then also,
it won't make any difference because it's too much loss of face. It was sold as an idea, not facts. It was a belief system. If you believe your life will get better by doing it, then vote this way.
But it wasn't even an idea. It was a complete lie. And they talk about the EU as if they were awful and arrogant. I mean, I heard Ian Dale and Andrew Priest talking about the EU as if they were absolutely awful in the way that they've treated the UK.
Yeah, they're such meanies.
It's incredible.
By trying to act in their own interests. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, we would never do that.
Yeah, I was hoping to be more positive, but,
What amused
What can I
me,
say?
one of the funny things that I saw today was the good people of Kent were complaining that land near them was being repurposed as a lorry park, and they were absolutely incensed by this. And we weren't, nobody talked to us about this, and our opinions weren't gathered before they made this decision.
Yeah.
And in other news, the people of Kent were one of the most vociferous of the Brexiter
exactly.
camp.
Yeah, and so too were the fishermen who now apparently are feeling cheated.
Yeah, well, they knew what they voted for, apparently.
I'm with you. Absolutely. It's completely, they brought it on themselves. Would you believe that this government, I mean, who would actually trust and believe this government and Nigel Farage? Complete lies we were sold. And this idea that, we've actually benefited and are on a path, like you say, the sunny uplands, well...
It doesn't make
I
any
hope I'm
difference,
wrong.
Sophie. All of the people that voted to leave will not hear it. They have their hands in their fingers in their ears, and they're yelling at the radio that you lost, get over it. They will continue to expect their life to get better, and when it doesn't, I'm just curious as to who they're going to blame.
When it doesn't, they're going to blame the Remainers. Because,
Yes, probably you, Sophie.
Absolutely, because I'm not getting behind it,
Exactly.
and I'm not sort of supporting
If
it
you
now.
could
and getting
just
it
be
together.
more patriotic, then we'd win. All right,
Well,
I've got to go. Calm
okay,
down,
thank
Sophie.
you.
It might
Lovely
never
talk-
happen. Oh, no, that's right. It already has. 0345 6060 973. See, I wasn't going to talk about that because nothing really has happened. Other than we've got flag-waving stories about the lorries getting through. On New Year's Day, it must be the quietest day of business of the whole year, and we're celebrating the fact that there aren't 10 miles of tailbacks in Kent. Just wait. But I've been dragged into it. I was going to talk about pleasant news, like, everybody dying of a disease. Sarah texts, please stop disparaging Nigel Farage. Many of us think he's the best PM we never had. Yeah, right. The best PM we never had, and a happy Brexit finally happened. Oh, isn't it? It's just so marvellous being out from the thumb of the evil EU. The Ramonas, she says, really need to get a life. Perhaps a new hobby for the year ahead. There's Sarah. The delusion is strong with this one. Still believing in those sunny uplands. Of course, the NHS will be receiving £350 million a week pretty soon, so that'll be good. They'll be able to buy 2 contracts with Serco. This says, Nick, I gave informed consent to a vaccine in 2 doses. If I give conformed consent to a vaccine in 2 doses, then the second dose must be given. Otherwise, my consent was given and obtained fraudulently. As in... Liar! Huh. Great. Now we're all going to get sued. 0345 6060 973. And it seems that newspapers have finally cottoned on to the maths that I've been doing on air about how long it's going to take to vaccinate a good deal of us. Because I've been banging on about this for ages, and it seems that the newspapers finally got their calculator out and figured out how long it's going to take. And this was their response. Yes, very alarming. So I'll come to that in a minute. First, here's a couple of people that want to shout at me. Golders Green, hello, John.
I don't want to shout at you, but I would like to. I called in when that lady Sophie was speaking about how there's nothing tangible that she can find that's a benefit from us leaving the EU. And we're only January the 1st, but I'd like to point out to Sophie that the tampon tax was abolished.
Oh, for crying out loud. I knew somebody was going to come up with this, the tampon tax. Do me a favour.
Well, do you me a favour? The year is only 24 hours old.
Yeah.
And if we had one of those small, tiny things every single day, this year,
Please,
there would
then
be
it'll amount to
important-
nothing at all. You know
May I
who
make
voted?
some-
You know who voted against challenging the EU about the tampon tax?
Tell me.
The Tory party. All of them, bar 3. In 2015, MPs voted against a move to compel the government to cut tax on sanitary products, dubbed the tampon tax by campaigners.
So what's your point? Because
My point is that people are celebrating the fact that this almost imperceptible benefit has been gifted to us by the Conservative Party, having taken us out of the evil EU. It's the blooming Conservative Party that are the reason it was there in the first place.
No, it wasn't. It was part of the. It's written into EU law.
It
that you
was
can't do
in
it.
2015. There was a move to compel the government to take the issue to the EU and insist on it being removed, and the Tory party voted against. All of them, apart from 3.
But what's your point? We're now.
That
in
is my
2021.
point.
No, but my point to Sophie is that something tangible has happened today. That is a
Something
benefit.
tangible could have happened in 2015, but the Conservative Party voted against it.
And if the Conservative Party had voted for it, would it have been able to be enacted into law in 2015?
It could quite possibly have been, but they
We were part of the EU.
but they
We were
refused.
part of the EU.
Yes,
Would
but
it be
yes, but
possible?
the EU is not a separate organisation that dictates to countries. The decisions are made. Oh my God, are we still having this argument? Decisions are made based on all of the countries who are members of the European Union. They're not some council of judges that sit on high and dictate to all of the different countries. Oh my God, people are 4 years later and people have still learnt zero about this issue. In 2015, look it up, MPs voted against. In fact, the Conservative Party insisted that they vote against. The Finance Bill Amendment, that's what it was. It would have forced a negotiation with the EU for a reduction in the 5% VAT rate. It was a motion brought in by Labour. You know, the evil socialist Labour Party. No! It would have forced officials to demand the tax be dropped. And the Tories insisted that their side vote against. And now they're celebrating it as though they invented it. Every single Conservative MP voted against, apart from 3. All Labour MPs voted for. So for the Tories to claim the reduction of tax is a win is just about the most hypocritical thing that will probably be said this year. It's only a day in and already we got a winner. And Boris Johnson voted against, and Matt Hancock voted against, and Rishi Sunak voted against, and Gavin Williamson voted against. How about you, Smee?
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
And anyway, since 2015, the £15 million that tiny VAT on tampons and such products has raised £15 million, and it's been directed to women's refuges and domestic abuse charities. The tampon tax has long been a symbol of policy making based around men's needs, so removing VAT is symbolically important, said Mary Ann Stevenson of the Women's Budget Group, but the tampon tax money has been an important source of funding for the women's sector. The government, she said, needs to be clear about what will replace it. And on that issue, an echoing silence. There's a charity called Bloody Good Period, provides menstrual supplies to food banks, asylum centres and those who can't afford them. They estimate that the average lifetime cost of having a period is about £4,800, which works out to about £128 a year, or just under £11 a period, and 5% of that's 55p a month, less than 2p a day. Which might be a lot to some people, but not very many, I wouldn't think. I mean, if you saw 2p on the ground, would you stop and pick it up? Or would you just walk over it? I knew somebody would start on with that. So ridiculous. I mean, why don't you tell me about the that great and tremendous trade deal that we managed to negotiate with Japan? That in 5 years' time, according to our own government, is going to benefit the economy by 0.07%. Let's wave the flags for that. It's just so desperate. Frank in Darwin says, you can bet your bottom dollar all the residents at number 10 Downing Street have had their first and second shots of vaccine. Yeah, I bet they have. Oh, nobody gets to jump the queue. Yeah, sure. Let's have Birmingham. Andy.
Hi, Nick.
Andy.
First of all, I love your sound effects, and I wish there was an app that I could download to play them, because I would use them quite often.
Right. Okay.
I was also in response to, I think it was Sophie. So I work in a busy A&E department. I have done for a long time. Been with the NHS about 15 years.
Yeah, whereabouts?
Do you know what? I'd rather not say, because I don't want to speak for any of my colleagues or be a demographic of the spokesman.
No, I'm not asking for the hospital. I'm just whereabout in the country, more or less.
Okay, so sort of Midlands-ish.
Midlands-ish. And how is A&E now?
It's busy, buddy. Really busy. And it's always busy.
Yeah, but it's always busy. But in, like, you know, what we're talking about, the virus, how busy is it in that respect?
Yeah, I mean, it's peaking a bit again, which we kind of knew. I think people have got a little bit complacent and maybe lazy, I hate to say, but maybe with our isolation or even our belief in the virus. I mean, that's a bit scary, I think.
Peaking a bit. I mean, that's not really the stories that we're hearing. We're hearing that it's overrun and they're so full they can't squeeze anybody else into a hospital. That's not really what you're saying. Peaking a bit. But doesn't it always peak a bit at this time of year?
No, sorry. Digressing slightly, it was more responding to Sophie about the instant feel that, or the change to our life that we might feel now that we've left the EU. And I'd like to just respond to that. And I think one of the things is about the immigration policy, whether we believe in it or not, whether we think that we allow too many people to come to this country. And I've treated millions of people, probably just about every nationality. I have many friends of many nationalities, and I treat people without prejudice. But one of the problems where especially in the Midlands, when some of the immigration figures were going up, some of the people were inviting their families over too, which has increased the amount of A&E admission. And I was seeing that. I see that every day that I work.
Yes, but if people can come here legally in the first place, they can invite their families. That hasn't changed with the EU.
No, that's true. I think but I think
I mean, what nationality are you talking about? Not Europeans.
I think the point system is changing, isn't it, for the Europeans to come to our country?
Yes, but you're not talking about Europeans, are you?
Well, yeah, mainly.
Oh, really?
I think it's all the same for the rest of the world, isn't it? It will be but certainly, just focus on Europe for a second, I think, and that may result into the guys and girls that are coming over here to work not inviting their families over, and that's kind of stressing the system a little bit. So if that lady, God forbid, ends up in A&E, she may not end up waiting 4 hours or 6 hours. She may end up waiting less to be seen
but there's several things there. First of all, if somebody comes over here to work and to live here, then just as you would if you went to live in Australia or America, you would benefit from having the ability to get your immediate family over there. I mean, it seems a bit cruel to ask people to come over here and do our dirty work, which is essentially what people are doing in great numbers coming from the EU, and they've got to sit here in lonely isolation because why? Because we haven't built enough hospitals, because we've not had enough doctors trained, because we haven't got enough nurses trained. All of it's because of the serial failure of successive governments. It's got precious little to do with people coming over here and taking our waiting room seats.
Well, it's not. Well, the thing is, it's going to have that effect, isn't it, Nick? If people are coming over and they're ill and they're owed and they're able to get free healthcare, which is an awesome system, then it is going to put a stress on the system. And Sophie, I think her name was, she has been one of those people that perhaps has had to wait much longer than normally in A&E, or when she's been to see her GP, she's not been able to get a 2-week referral for something. Maybe that's gone wait 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks.
Again, Andy, if people are going to come over here to do jobs that we don't want to do, are we expecting them to sit here in lonely isolation? Or would it be more civilised to allow them to have their family come and live here with them if they are choosing to live here in this country and doing jobs that we have elected not to do?
it's lovely that they invite their family. I mean, isn't that lovely? It's almost like what fairy tales are made of, isn't it? But is there...
Okay. I think you just stepped over a line there. I mean, my position was completely reasonable, and yours is, well, it seems inhuman, actually. No, if we want people to come here and pick our fruit and pick our vegetables and clean up after us and do all of the dirty jobs that we refuse to do because we consider ourselves to be better than that, above that kind of thing, then they get to sit here on their own and communicate by Zoom with their family. But just because we have failed as a country to provide enough doctors, as has every other European country. Look at the amount of beds that we have per head of population, the amount of doctors that we have per head of the population, the amount of nurses that we have per head of population. Every other country in Europe also has people from outside going in for one reason or another. We're not the only country that accepts people from outside, you know. And again, I have to state this again, 4 years I've been having this conversation. More people come here from outside the EU than from inside the EU. God, how many times do you have to say this? It will all become clear, because we will not acquire a taste to do the jobs that we have up to this point refused to do. That's clear. That is obvious. We won't. You know, they just had Pick for Britain, or whatever it was called, where we wanted to replace the European workers that came over here to harvest our fruit and vegetables. And something like, it was the order of 50,000 people said, yes, that's a great idea. And they rang up, and the amount of people that actually accepted a job was in the low hundreds. They needed 50,000, and about 100 of us said that actually showed up for work. So we're not going to do it. And so I'm afraid the bad news, people who expected to be surrounded by fewer foreigners, is that you won't be. It's just they'll come. It's just that the foreigners will not come from Europe. They'll come from somewhere else. You won't be, your neighbour won't be a white European. They'll be a black African, perhaps. And if that's what Brexiters voted for, well, I'm a Knickerbocker glory. 0345 6060 973. God, I really didn't want to get into this, but it just is astonishing to me that we're still having the same conversation now than we were 4 years ago. On the vaccine thing, Steve tweets, I'm an Australian living in Brisbane. I explained to my 13-year-old about the 3 weeks versus the 3 months vaccine booster shot. Because back at the beginning of the programme, when I was actually talking about this, instead of getting dragged down the same blooming EU arguments rule over and over and over again, I was talking about this, and the government is suggesting that you don't get the requisite second shot straight away, as it is as per the instructions on the label. You have to wait for it. And he says, I'm an Australian listening in Brisbane. I explained to my 13-year-old about the 3 weeks versus the 3 months vaccine booster shot. He looked at me with a weird face and said, but surely the people who made the vaccine would know which is best. Huh. 13, you say. Well, can he actually, if he could start on tomorrow, maybe he could run the country.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
What do you say? Bob says, what about blue passports? Don't be so negative. Difficult to tell tone in an email, but I'm assuming you're being sarcastic. Let's have High Wycombe, Cameron.
Hello, Nick.
Cameron.
First of all, I'd just like to say your show is so addictive. I started listening to it about a year ago, and to be honest with you, I'm totally addicted by it. So anyway,
well, thanks.
Moving on. I am so glad that we have got rid of these European muppets, and I can only but say that because being a technical sort of person, they came out with these silly, I can't explain it. It's like they must have sat round some table and sort of hit each other on the top of their heads to come out with this 1,500 watt vacuum cleaners.
Oh my God. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You are not going to talk about vacuum cleaners.
Well, I'm going to talk about 4 things, but nothing too drastic. I'm not going to hold it too long because I know you're busy. But they took a typical 1,500 watt vacuum cleaner.
Oh my God.
And they said that all manufacturers had to make a 700 watt version.
Mm-hmm.
And it was in some sort of limelight towards saving the planet.
Yes.
Well, as we know...
Well, we don't want to save the planet.
But as we know, if you've got a 1500 watt vacuum cleaner and you reduce it down to 700 watts, in effect, the housewives have to go round and do twice as much vacuuming.
No, they don't.
Oh, okay. Well, if you take the 4-slice toaster and you reduce it down to 2 slices, because they said that basically...
I thought you said you were a technical kind of person.
Well, yeah.
Not really.
Oh, okay.
I mean, what are you sprinkling on your carpet that needs such enormous suction?
Well, to be honest
What are
with
you unable to get out of the fibres?
Well, okay, let's move on to the kettle.
No, let's stay there. I mean, you brought it up. The vacuum cleaner thing. I mean, of all the comical things for anybody to bring up, I can't believe that somebody had the nerve to do it. I mean, I don't want to pick a fight with you, Cameron, but that's absolutely ridiculous. Don't tell me the next thing you're going to say is light bulbs.
No, kettles.
Kettles.
Yeah, they wanted to bring down the 3 kilowatt kettle down to 1500 watts.
Right, it's one of the most wasteful electrical contraptions that we've got in our households. They use an enormous amount of electricity.
Yes, but if you do the maths, and you're pretty good at that,
oh, God.
Yeah, if you take the fact that if you've got a 3 kilowatt kettle boiling up 1 pint of water, a 1500 watt kettle is going to take twice as long, but it's still going to boil it up to the desired level.
I very much doubt that is the case. Any more than you have a problem getting up your fluff from a carpet with a perfectly reasonable vacuum cleaner. What else have you got?
Right. Well, I'm dumbfounded. It's simply a case of, what else can I say?
But it isn't. What are your engineering qualifications?
Well, I haven't got any engineering qualifications.
So you're not a technical type of person then?
Well, I've fixed my own stuff. Oh, okay.
So, no, in other words. Right.
Is there anything we can talk about that we can agree on?
How about the weather? What's the weather like in your area?
Oh,
dreadful.
Tell me about
yeah.
it. Oh.
It's like winter outside.
I'll tell you how cold it is.
How cold is it?
I put my cat out at 9:30, forgot to bring it in at 1 o'clock, went out there, and it's literally frozen.
Frozen
and it's
solid.
looking at me,
right.
And when I went to pick it up, it was actually in some sort of like, I don't know, frozen condition. I brought it in and sat it down, and it took about 3 or 4 minutes for it to defrost, and I felt really sorry for it.
Yeah.
So I gave it hot milk and gave it an extra bit of food. And
Hot milk? I don't think you're supposed to feed milk to a cat. That cat is going to rip your throat out as soon as you fall asleep. You know that, don't you? It's just waiting for the moment to pounce.
Exactly. Well, all I can say is, Nick, your programme is fantastic, mate. I do like the way that you come across. You don't agree with everybody. For the time that I've been listening to it, you have punched. You and Steve Allen, as far as I'm concerned, you two have got me hooked.
All right,
I listen to you all the time, mate.
That's very nice of you to say so, Cameron, even though we can't agree on anything but the weather and your cat. All right,
exactly.
Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850, email nick@lbc.co.uk, and if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Friday, Saturday and Sunday night at 10, it's Nick Abbott, LBC. Have you done that?
Yeah, it's in the bottom right corner.
Oh, that's a bit rich. Is persuading people to be a police person, a doctor or a nurse. You know, to fill in the gaps in the staffing of those jobs that has been created by 10 years of mismanagement by the Labour Party, who have been in charge for the last decade under the disastrous premiership of Jeremy Corbyn. Oh, no, wait, that's right. It's the Conservative Party that have been in power for the last 10 years, and the numbers of police and doctors and nurses have plummeted during their reign. And they'll take credit for their increase from this moment on, as though they've had nothing to do with running the country for the last 10 years. It seems that they come in, they smash everything up, they every now and again gift it to Labour or don't, and then claim it's like they set fire to a house and then claim credit for calling the fire brigade. Anyway, what they're saying now is that government officials are saying that patients who have had one dose of the vaccine should have their second dose postponed for up to 12 weeks. And the people that produced the vaccine said... Chief Medical Officer Chris Whitty said a single dose could offer 70% protection. He said this, having a large number of people would be more effective than 95% protection in half as many. Did I say that right? More or less. If you give a large number of people one dose, which will offer 70% protection, that'd be better than having half of the number of people with two doses, which will give them 95% protection. But not as good as 95% in all of us, though, of course, which is, the gold standard. Why do we have to choose? I mean, they've been going on about this for 10 months now. They've been trying to engineer this for 10 months now. I mean, surely they could have predicted that at some point we would need to get vaccinated. I mean, that's what we've been working towards, isn't it? Could they not have been ramping up the numbers of people that could deliver them and the facilities that they would need? It's as though absolutely everything comes as a surprise to this lot. They're stunned when something they've been after for 10 months arrives, and they only start to plan on how to administer it the moment it's available. And then overcompensate for their dismal performance. I mean, they've ordered 350 million vaccine shots. I don't know how much that they cost each. Isn't it about a tenner each or 20? Something like that. I mean, even if they're free, 350 million. There's 65 million of us. Are we going to get 6 shots each? 2 shots for every single human in the land is 130 million. What are they going to do with the other 220 million? We'll start vaccinating our pets. Or the dinner. Or we could vaccinate the wardrobe. And I'll say it again, if the catastrophic clown show that's running this joint actually get their act together to vaccinate 1 million people a week, at 2 shots each, it would take 2 years to get through 80% of us. And it seems that the press have just finally figured this out. Hello? Is this thing on? I saw this in the Mail today. It's like stunned realisation that if they do 1 million a week, it'll take 2 years to vaccinate all of us. And Bozo keeps pulling dates out of his hair, like all this is going to be over by, last year he said February. Now it's spring. Or it's summer. Well, maybe, yeah. Summer which year? And how's that £22 billion test and trace system going, Boris?
Contact tracing.
And now thousands of us across Britain, lucky enough to get one dose, are going to see the second appointment delayed so that the NHS can focus on delivering jabs to more people. Medical officers said that they were confident that one dose of the vaccine would give most people what they called substantial protection against COVID-19. And the actual manufacturers said, oh no, it won't. Who are you going to believe? Pfizer itself hit back at the British government's plan to change the way the vaccine is used and said, although partial protection from the vaccine appears to begin as early as 12 days after the first dose, 2 doses of the vaccine are required to provide the maximum protection against the disease, a vaccine efficacy of 95%. They said there is no data to demonstrate that protection after the first dose is sustained after 21 days. Oh my God. I mean, would you be remotely surprised if, by the good grace of this government, we all got a vaccine and and it didn't work after 21 days? Because they failed to give us a second shot. Would you be more surprised at that, or if everything went perfectly this year? So the government is guessing that one dose is going to be somewhat effective, 70% protection, guessed. I mean, would you approve of something that gave you a 70% chance of not catching a deadly disease? I mean, if crossing the road came with only a 70% chance of not being run over, you'd never cross the road again. You spend the rest of your life shouting at people on the other side, asking them if they can go into Greggs for you. So yummy. I mean, even 95% doesn't sound that great, frankly, does it? I mean, I know it's way better than most flu jabs, but do the maths. If 5% of the population got the disease, if it's 95% effective, and every single one of us got the vaccine, if 5% of the population got the disease, even after everyone else had been vaccinated, and there's a 1% death rate, that's 32,500 people die after everyone gets the vaccine. But the government line seems to be to get as many people a one shot and delay the second, because they can't match demand after all this time. Still scrabbling around, trying to reach some level of effectiveness. God, it's painful. But think about the people who actually do the injecting. You know, faced with an endless line of possibly infected people. Are they just to have one shot and fingers crossed? The Hospital Consultants and Specialists Association warned that what they called the ill-thought-out plan to delay the second dose would leave many vulnerable staff in limbo. One doctor said she would continue to give second doses to elderly patients who had been promised them. Yeah, I bet there will be some punishment to doctors who refuse to obey the dear leader. Doctors across the country say they will carry on with the original 3-week vaccination plan for patients who were promised it when they got their first jab. And I wouldn't be remotely surprised if those doctors had their photos on the front page of, you know, the usual newspapers under the headline, Enemies of the People. Would you? I mean, if they go against the edicts of the dear leader, you can bet there's going to be some sort of retribution, Trump style.
I'm not a doctor.
He knows about the virus.
This, whatever they want to call it, you can call it a germ, you can call it a flu, you can call it a virus, you can call it many different names. I'm not sure anybody even knows what it is.
No, not really, no. GPs from all over said that they would honour the commitments that they'd made to patients already to give them 2 jabs. Never mind about clapping. The usual suspects are going to have us boo for the NHS before you know it. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nicka@lbc.co.uk. If you're on Twitter, it's at LBC. Friday, Saturday, Sunday night at 10. Nick Abbott, LBC. It's Abergavenny, Alberto.
Hello, Nick.
Alberto.
Hi, great show. Just 2 things, Nick. First of all, I'm not quite sure who's the moron of the night yet. Either the Hoovers or the tampons. But I'd like to tell that gentleman that Germany got rid of their tax on tampons back in 2019. And the other thing is... Did they?
Got rid of them?
I heard that on LBC today. I heard that on LBC today.
Well, if you heard it on LBC, then it must be true. But I thought that they had just reduced it from...
No. That's what I heard on LBC today.
Righto.
Yeah. So, and a big deal anyway. And the other thing is, what do they mean about getting behind them? What do I stick a flag up my window or what?
Getting behind what? Who? Where?
Getting behind this thing about unity and getting behind the people who Brexit, Remainers got to get behind them.
Okay, this is how it's going to go. The fantasy of Brexit will not come to pass because it wasn't ever a nailed down idea. It was a feeling. It's going.
I know that, Nick. I'm Italian. I got an Italian passport, and I didn't even vote.
The moment you started to speak, I thought this guy is Italian through and through.
I can't understand why you've done that to yourselves. I really cannot. I can't see a benefit.
Right. Okay.
And people saying about getting behind us. You know, what do I do to get behind you? Right. Give me some inclination.
All right, I will. You got to start believing.
All right. Would it help if I stick a flag out my window?
Yes, it would.
All right.
As long as it's not blue and yellow.
No, I just need to be informed, a bit more woke,
yes.
You know.
No, less woke. They hate woke. No, woke is off the menu now.
Nick, I'm a regular listener. Don't miss a show. Sometimes I fall asleep listening to you, but that's how it is. But keep it up, man. You're
it's
so
the time of the
entertaining
day. All right, thanks a lot, Alberto. 0345 6060 973. This is how it's going to go. Because Brexit was sold not as a series of facts, but as a belief system, kind of like a religion. When this sort of vague mist of ideas does not coalesce into actual real-life touchable benefits, people will want to blame somebody, just as they've spent the last 4 years blaming the European Union for their life not turning out the way that they wanted it to. And now they've got what they want. Their life had better start improving quick sticks. Otherwise, they'll want to know the reason why. Now, it can't be that they were lied to by by the people that they are fans of.
I'm a nutcase.
He's not going to lie to them. Of course he wouldn't. Not Uncle Nige. Or any of the other suits that have brought us to this place.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
None of those people.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
So there must be something else. They will not admit that they have been duped, because that would be to lose face. And because there is such an amorphous idea, the sunny uplands, I mean, that's as good and nailed down as you can get. Your life will be better. The weather will be warmer and the sun will be brighter, and you'll have more money in your pocket, and there'll be fewer foreigners and, such like, and your horizons will be improved, etc., and so on. All these sort of vague notions. Well, if you're looking for fewer foreigners, you can forget that, because that's not going to happen. There will be the same number of foreigners. It's just that they will come from different continents. Which, and I'll state again, if that's what Brexiters actually wanted, they wanted white Eastern Europeans to be swapped for black Africans, then I'm a ninja turtle. Let's get people from the Commonwealth, they say, thinking Australia. No. Australians are way too rich to come and yank tubers out of our grounds. Not going to happen. So when their lives aren't improved, it's too much loss of face to admit that they've been duped, so it will have to be somebody else's fault. And because you can't blame the EU anymore, because we're out of the EU, I mean, they'll blame it a bit, because there will be this sense that they're still being mean to us, and when the lorries start backing up through Kent, it'll be because, the French are being, French people. No! But past that, there'll need to be somebody to blame, and it will be people like me who are not getting on board, who aren't waving the flag. We're dragging them down. Ramonas. I don't care anymore. I really don't. And this notion that anybody that wasn't up for leaving the European Union now is desperate to get back in, or is sitting at home crying in their cornflakes, or all that. I'm just not remotely bothered. I don't care. I mean, it doesn't really affect me one way or the other. The ironic thing is it's going to negatively affect those communities that were most vociferous in their insistence to leave. That's the irony. Now, some people will say, well, you shouldn't make fun of them, and you shouldn't be amused at their predicament. But it's hard not to be. Especially as the refrain is, we knew what we were voting for. Really? Okay, then. Well, you're going to get it. Mevagissey.
Yeah.
Alice, is that how you pronounce it?
Mevagissey, yeah.
Right, Mevagissey.
Yes.
Where's that?
It's a beautiful fishing village in Cornwall on the south coast.
It sounds a delight. Is that anywhere near where they film the Doctor What's-It?
No, that's on the north coast.
Is it? Right. Is it as beautiful as that?
I would say more beautiful, but
more? Impossible.
I'm but it is lovely. You ought to come and visit.
Well, I'd like to, but it's just so far away.
You can catch the train.
But even the train, well, I couldn't afford the train for a start because it's hundreds of pounds, but it just takes forever to get there. It's amazing how far away Cornwall is from anywhere else.
But it's well worth it, Nick.
Yeah. I'm just looking at a picture of it right now. Mevagissey.
Yeah.
Wow, that is lovely. Or
it is.
Painted houses, lots of pastel colours.
Mm-hmm.
Marvellous. Yeah.
Yeah. I wanted to talk to you about the COVID vaccine, because I'm one of those people who've received an email today to say that my second vaccination would be delayed.
Right.
But in all honesty, Nick, we need to go back to basics, and don't ask me really complicated questions, because I don't know how I know this, but I do. Well, I'm a practice nurse and I give lots and lots and lots of vaccinations each and every year.
Okay.
So we know that you never restart a course of vaccinations. So most vaccinations that we give sort of like 1, 2 or 3 doses. And even if, say, for instance, with baby vaccinations, you give the first dose, a second dose, and a third dose, hopefully at least a month apart.
Right.
But you would never restart that course.
What do you mean by restart?
So if a child turns up at, say, 8 weeks, which is when we can give the vaccines from, and then doesn't turn up at 12 weeks for their second vaccine, which would be gold standard, if they turned up at 3 years old, I would still give them a second dose of the vaccine and then a third dose of the vaccine. So you would never restart it.
Oh, I see what you mean. You don't go back to the beginning and give them...
No.
Oh, right, okay.
So I'm not... From that point of view...
That's not what they're suggesting, though, is it? I thought they were suggesting you get one, and then instead of getting another one in 3 weeks, the government is saying you might have to wait 12 weeks.
Up to 12 weeks.
Yeah.
They produce something called the Green Book, so which is like our Bible of vaccinations. Fascinating read. But they've updated the chapter on COVID vaccine, which is a very new chapter in itself, to say that the Pfizer vaccine needs to be a minimum of 21 days. And the AstraZeneca one, the Oxford one, needs to be a minimum of 28 days.
But that's not what the actual manufacturers are saying, though, is it?
No, but I suspect, Nick, because of the speed at which this vaccine has been brought in, is that that's what they've tested it on. And I think science would probably prove that our knowledge of other vaccines... I mean, I don't know so much with the Pfizer vaccine. I'm saying this because the Pfizer vaccine is a new type of vaccine. Yeah. So I don't know so much about this, and I'm sure there's some really big brainy boxes that know the answer to this. But, as our knowledge progresses, we will probably find that, one dose may well provide a lot longer immunity than we actually think. One dose might be enough.
But it's only. But they say it's only 70%. That doesn't seem very much, does it?
Well, do you know what? I'd rather 20% of the population were vaccinated with a 70% coverage than 10% of the population with a 90% coverage. I think.
I understand what you're saying, but that won't be of benefit to somebody who gets the first vaccine and then catches the virus.
Yes, true. That's very true. But I felt all the way through this that certain workers are like lambs to the slaughter anyway. So I've been expecting to catch it all along, and I've not yet.
Right. So how did you get to the front of the queue then?
Because I work as a practice nurse, and this is the other thing about how are we going to vaccinate so many people.
Yeah.
Well, when we went into first lockdown in March, I started thinking about our flu campaign for September just gone, and I was singing from because this is I knew that social distancing and etc. would mean that it would be very difficult, but the planning was last minute, and this is what they're doing with COVID vaccine. Like you say, they've known all along that the mass plan was to get a vaccine out, and yet they haven't done any planning for it.
It's absolutely amazing to me that it's absolutely everything that comes along seems to take them by surprise.
Do you know what? I'm going to blow my own trumpet here. Practice methods. We're a workforce that has been completely forgotten during this pandemic, and yet we've been seeing patients face to face throughout. We have vast experience of running mass vaccination campaigns, catch-up campaigns. Have we been asked? No. Have the school immunisation teams been asked to get involved? You know, they have masses of experience of running sort of like in-out vaccination campaigns. Okay, yes, a little bit more planning needs to go ahead in terms of social distancing and PPE and et cetera, but once this AstraZeneca one is on, we get hold of it, we should be up and running. We should be wham bam, let's get started.
You would think, yes, but I think I wouldn't be surprised if Christmas came as a shock to the current administration because they hadn't looked ahead in their diaries. It's like, wow, who saw that coming? Here, Alice, here's a call in Worcester. Hello, Dave.
Good evening, Nick, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Yes, chaos and fear. Now, with this vaccine, to me, I know this is going to sound, but this is my sceptical mind, how it works.
Here we go.
I know. Now, we're told to put our trust in the scientists and the technocrats and all the rest of them. They say this, we must follow, as if they are, the gods in our universe now.
As though they're the snake in the Jungle Book. Trust in me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, the vaccine, the doctors are even rising up against this, hardly a revolutionary group of people, because they can't see the sense. Now, I can see the sense.
Sense in what?
In not because they want to get on with the vaccines, get people vaccinated, right?
Yeah.
So we can get our civil liberties back, so we can get back what they've taken away. Because these people, the evil establishment, are working to an agenda worldwide to reset, to take us back to serfdom, where we will follow orders.
I think we're there already. Are you joking? Back to serfdom. Half of the country is in work and yet so poor that they need benefits, and the rest of us are on delivering pizzas on mopeds.
Well,
back to serfdom. It's here already.
Well, I'm no serf, and at the end of the day, as Thomas Jefferson said, it is the people democracy rides in, and it will be for the people to stop these evil, conniving, greedy merchants that have taken over certainly this country.
Yeah, I don't think
they like chaos.
I don't believe in conspiracy because it implies that the people behind the conspiracy are their plan is working brilliantly and efficiently. I don't believe that they're brilliant or efficient. I think they just stumble from one disaster to the next, picking up as much money as they can and as much power as they can along the way. If they had planned this, the virus itself would have died on the first person's cough.
Well, if I'm still on, I say they do conspire. Look at Davos. Look at their plans.
Yeah, but what do you mean by Davos, though? It's just a bunch of rich people. Yes, they do.
Where the trillionaires, the empires of this evil system they've engineered, where they get together and they plan to take us back to serfdom, so they can have islands and all the rest of it.
But it's so easy to believe in that kind of thing because
it's the truth.
But there's no such thing as the truth, Dave. By the truth, you mean you read it on the internet?
No. I've seen their internal documents. It's all there for you.
What do you mean by internal document? You mean you saw something on a table in front of somebody that said the Great Reset?
I'll ask you a question. Have a certain small, tiny amount of people on this planet has their wealth absolutely skyrocketed during the pandemic? Yes or no?
Billionaires are considerably richer than they were before.
That's them. That's what their plan is.
Yes, but it's not a plan, though. It's not a plan. They're just stumbling along, making decisions to benefit themselves as they go. It's not a plan. I mean, this is sort of James Bond fantasy stuff.
That's well, in a way, as I said at the beginning, chaos and fear.
No,
that is their plan. Chaos.
It's not.
They like chaos.
It's not a plan, Dave, any more than the people stumble through their own careers, benefiting from knowing some people and having gone to the right school and showing up at the right time in the right place. It's all just luck.
Nick, no, it's not. I've seen the people that go to Oxbridge and all the rest of it. They plan. They know what they're up to. They're insidious and they're anti-democratic.
Dave, I know that it's comforting to feel that the reason that you haven't got on is because of some overarching plan that evil men who meet in hollowed-out volcanoes have come up with. But life is just luck. It's just... I mean, to imagine that these people are sort of evil geniuses. To believe that these people are evil geniuses whose scheme is working perfectly, I think you credit them far too much.
No, I don't see them as geniuses whatsoever. But they know full well, they know their history, unfortunately. They know their history. The only thing that stands between them and a completely tyrannical society is the people. It's called democracy.
Okay,
they don't like democracy.
All right, Dave. So the Republican Party in America you would have to include them in this conspiracy, right? I mean, they're the right-wing government, the right-wing leaders of the biggest economy in the world. I mean, they have to be part of this conspiracy, right?
Bob Dylan said...
Never mind about Bob Dylan.
Well,
Bob Dylan said all sorts of things, including...
Want to score some pot?
Never mind about Bob Dylan. What's he got to do with it?
The executioner's face is always well veiled. The real power at the moment resides in their undemocratic corporations, in the military-industrial complex,
that is
and in the
certainly
bureaucracy they have taken over.
Yes, that is certainly true, but it's not an overarching plan. No, of course it isn't. They just stumble along and pick up as much as they can along the way. And if they want to bend the rules to benefit themselves, well, who doesn't? The reason that you and I try to bend the rules and it comes to nothing is because we haven't got any money or any power. But we don't. As groups we do, but as a group we do, but not as individuals.
Well, that's what they're terrified of. That's why they're putting us in our place.
Go back to what I was saying before. The Republican Party, the richest political movement on earth, in the richest country on earth, would have to be part of this plan. Yes, right. So how have they managed to lose the last election?
Well, here's my answer. When both parties have virtually same policies, they never lose the election, do they? Because you can't vote for the real power. That's the problem. That's the situation we find ourselves in this world.
Dave, you are tying yourself up into knots trying to get out of this one. How have the Republicans just lost the last election?
Well, my answer is that what the trouble with Donald Trump was he was too venal, he was too obvious, and because he criticised their dreadful media that can't string a sentence together without criticising him. The media's given themselves away during this pandemic as a mouthpiece, a parrot of these people. And
when you say the media, who are you talking about?
Well, I mean, I'll give you an example. Since the epidemic started in this country in March, our anti-BBC, we all look to, right, has shown itself to be its true
colours. Are you saying AUNTIE or ANTI?
They haven't got a critical bone in their body. They won't stand up to these people and ask searching questions.
Dave, are you out of your mind? The press in this country is almost completely right-wing. It is run by billionaires who don't even live here.
You're tying yourself up in knots now.
No, I most certainly am not. You're saying that the media is the BBC, the tiny little old insignificant BBC. It's not. The media is Rupert Murdoch and Rothermere and the Barclay brothers. They dominate the media landscape in this country.
And they've taken over. And not only are they taking over everything, they're trying to take over our minds.
Okay,
as well.
I think something has taken over your mind. Maybe a worm has crawled in there while you were asleep. So this conspiracy includes the the Democrats, the Republicans, the BBC, the Daily Mail, the Daily Telegraph, the Times, the Sun.
There it is. Yes, that's right.
Absolutely everybody is in on it.
Well, this is whether you're in on it as well. I don't know. I'd like not to think so, right? But
believe me, Dave, I'm not in on anything.
I don't think you are. You wouldn't let me. But you just explained, right? What you just said there was a tiny, tiny minority in this country.
So okay, all right. Wait, before we go. Because I'm running out of time, I'm going to have to go for a break. You have to admit that I've given you a long time, right? I haven't shut you down, and I haven't closed your arguments off, and I've listened to everything that you say. Okay. So I've just listed a small number of the people of disparate views who are apparently part of this conspiracy. So my question has to be, because I don't have time in a brief 3-hour show to list all of the people that are part of the conspiracy, who is not part of the conspiracy?
The mass, the people. And that's what they're terrified of, because they know at the end of the day, the only thing that stands between tyranny and what they want to do is to put us all back to serfdom is the people waking up to their evil, monstrous agenda, which they've been planning. 2001 was a dry run. This is the real thing. Once this
2001. If they're so overwhelmingly powerful, why have they waited so long? I mean, why not do it in 2001 if they are if they have that much power and that much ability to plan?
But the reality is they're only, as you said yourself, as I've just explained to you, they're a tiny, tiny minority of people.
Well, you haven't explained anything. You've just repeated unhinged arguments that you've read on the internet. See, this is the problem with the internet. And I don't blame you, Dave. If all you get are reinforcements of your opinions, then you're going to think that everybody thinks like this. Believe me, almost nobody thinks like this. Because you are in a tiny little reinforcement loop on the internet, which, by the way, if you're looking for a conspiracy, is a conspiracy by the people that run social media. Because they know that if they keep feeding you things that you agree with, you'll keep staring at their websites. And at the side of these stories are adverts. That's what they want to keep you looking at. If you believe that man did not land on the moon, I'll just check. Do you think that man landed on the moon?
Am I still on?
Yes.
Did man land on the moon?
Yeah.
Well, this is...
okay, that's enough. That's all I need to know. Thanks, Dave. I've got to go. But if you believe that man did not land on the moon, and you'll look at something on Facebook, for instance, that man did not land on the moon, Facebook, the little algorithms, the bot that sits in Facebook...
Affirmative.
...will think, aha, this dingaling thinks that nobody landed on the moon. So I'm going to keep giving him stories and introducing him to other people who also think this crazy idea. And after days and days of getting nothing but people saying, well, it's perfectly obvious. If you look at the pictures, the shadows are going the wrong way, or, I don't know, the flags are standing up, and, there's no end of things that would persuade somebody credulous to believe that the man did not land on the moon. And if all you see are stories that reinforce that, you think, well, everybody thinks this. Nobody thinks this, apart from the few people who get all of their information from social media. People, turn it off. I mean it. Robin Gloucester says, retailers charge as much as they think they can get away with, which means that the price of tampons in the shops won't change. The only beneficiary will be the retailers, who will be able to pocket the money that they would have paid in tampon tax. Well, I wouldn't be remotely surprised. Trev texts, Nick, smashing up the country. What do you expect from the Bullingdon brothers? Well, if you want to see, now we're back at conspiracies. You remember that picture of those repellent entitled oafs sitting on the steps of Eton? Yeah, those people. Yeah, you could say that a significant number of those people have ascended to a position of power, and you could call that, it's the proof of the conspiracy. But it's not conspiracy, it's just a bunch of knuckle draggers and mouth breathers who got lucky because their parents were rich and they have used everything that they can, the acquaintances and contacts that they made while at that school and subsequently to just get ahead in life. But everybody does that. The reason that they are so successful is because they started on the top step in the first place. They begun their trip at the top of the ladder. That's why they've done so well. It's not a conspiracy, it's just luck. That's what life is. It's just a series of events that either are or aren't lucky. Colchester. Hello, Judy. Judy.
Oh, yes. Hello, Nick. Oh, dear. What an unmitigated disaster we are living in this country at the moment. They all...
What on earth makes you say that? I can't imagine.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Unmitigated disaster, you say?
Here we go.
Well, it's easy for me to say.
Okay. Yes.
What I call the establishment, the MPs, all
yes.
of them,
Mm-hmm.
they're all pulling in different directions. They're running around like headless chickens.
Yep.
They are not proactive, they are only reactive.
That seems to be the case, yeah. They seem to be surprised at every eventuality, including ones that they'd planned for 10 months to arrive.
I know. You know, we've got so many resources in amongst what I class myself as just a decent, ordinary but decent person.
Yeah.
You know, with the common sense, which is the one chapter that was never written in the Book of Life, that they seem to have a common sense. Why would anybody think that you could make an announcement about the change in the vaccination for the older and the vulnerable, whereby they've had their first injection and they get a date for the third one, you know, the second one in 3 weeks. I can imagine how many sons and daughters have had an aged parent that's on the phone to them today. You know, there was a gentleman on this morning with Ian Dow, Alan from Hoddesdon. I've heard him before. You know, he spoke so eloquently, but you know, you can't do that to people. And if that is how it's got to be.
Well, it doesn't have to be that way. Other countries seem to be doing this relatively successfully. I mean, the test and trace system, for instance, I think it's cost us £22 billion so far. Not million, billion. It still doesn't work. South Korea managed to get a test and trace system up and run it perfectly last February, and we're still trying.
As I say, Nick, I mean, I live in it's a country, a village, you know, and you know most people. You know, we have a doctor's surgery in our vicinity. It's the most wonderful doctor's surgery. But more and more houses keep being built, which puts more and more pressure on our surgery.
That's right. They keep throwing up those charmless little boxes with tiny windows and no cupboards, and they don't do anything to improve the infrastructure. They don't put shops there. They don't put doctor's surgeries there or anything like that.
I mean, our doctor's surgery at the moment, I mean, some monies were promised to them by NHS England, which has now been withdrawn. So the senior partner is approaching the local district council and the parish councillors to see if she might be able to get some money from a Section 106 agreement on yet another proposed new load of houses.
Here's an indication of where we're at, and the reason is, it's easy to persuade people that the fault is that people keep coming over here, and all we need to do is to close our borders and expel those evil Europeans who've been cleaning up after us, and then all of our problems will be solved. That's what the government has been persuading you is the case, which covers up the fact that its successive governments have underfunded the health service in this country. Absolutely. And the obvious truth of it is to see how many hospital beds and doctors and nurses are in each country per head of population. As an example, let's just stick with Europe. These are hospital bed. This is hospital bed capacity. Hospital beds per 100,000 inhabitants. It goes at the very top, the tip toppermost, just as you would expect, Germany. Germany is number one. So Germany has the most hospital beds per 100,000 inhabitants, per head of population, followed by, let's just stick with Europe. So it goes Germany, Lithuania, Bulgaria, Hungary, Romania, Poland, the Czech Republic, Belgium, France, Croatia, Slovakia, Latvia, Estonia, Luxembourg, Malta, the Netherlands, Slovenia, Finland, Greece, Cyprus, Portugal, Italy, Spain, and then us.
Oh, Nick. I mean, that just about says it all.
That's just flat out embarrassing.
It's shameful. It's absolutely shameful. They took the bursaries away from our nurses. They used to have the nurses' quarters that nurses can be in. They have to pay for their own parking.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's just...
There's a fella on Twitter who tweeted, you know, first it was clap for carers, now it's clamp for carers.
Well, you know, it is. I mean, one of the care companies in our area that, you know, has been going for quite some time, they've folded recently. And, you know, there's not going to be any shops left. I mean,
well,
you know...
I mean, that did make me laugh, but I think you might just about be right. By the time we all get to emerge from our cocoons, yeah, I mean, never mind about the slow death of the high street. I think it's the high street has been put up against a wall, given a blindfold and shot.
I think you're right, Nick.
Yeah. God, what a turnaround, eh? It wasn't too long ago that the fans wanted to fire Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. Ole, Ole, Ole. Now he's a hero. Again. Leicester. Hello, Neil.
Hi, Nick.
Neil.
Hi. I've got concerns that people seem to be taking NHS staff for granted now. At the beginning of the first lockdown, we had clap for the carers. We had Royal Family clapping for the carers. We're talking about NHS heroes.
Yes.
And it's as if it's business as usual for them, excepting they've got more work now. They're probably exhausted. And effectively, I've been listening out to see whether anybody has actually said thank you recently. And I've yet to hear anybody.
Well, let me do it.
Thank you.
It was the reverse of that. People have been bellyaching about those fireworks last night. Now, I didn't see, for full disclosure, I didn't see them. I just saw a clip. And one of the things that they were complaining about was that it was a woke agenda supporting the NHS. People are actually complaining about that. Oh, they ruined the fireworks because they were supporting the NHS, you know, apart from other things. And I turned it off straight away.
I mean, that annoys me. I mean, they were heroes. How can you go from being a hero kind of 4 months ago to being, it's nurse doctor, they just pay to do whatever they do, and nobody's saying thank you. And they're working all hours, they're getting the days cancelled.
All right, but what manner of thank you are you after?
Well, just so the NHS staff out there are hearing people like me saying thank you.
Right. Okay.
Because
I think let's not imagine that saying thank you is actually sufficient. I would think that they should actually be treated better, rather than. I mean, saying thank you is an easy thing. It was relatively easy, and it gave an emotional boost to the people that did it, to people who were clapping and banging their saucepans and so on. It's sort of like giving money to charity. People do it because it makes them feel good. That's first. Second, it benefits the people that distribute the money with who are part of the charity. But I think the primary reason that people give money to charity and that are kind in general is that they feel better about themselves, as we all did when we stood outside, and we all got an emotional rush when we were banging pots and clapping and all the rest of it, because we heard other people do it, and it was emotional, but we felt better ourselves. As a consequence, the people who work with the NHS also got a bit of a boost. But I think it would be better rather than saying thank you, which is easy, it's a piece of cake to say thank you, is how about cancelling the parking charges of the people that work in hospitals, for instance?
I couldn't agree more. But going back to the original point, the amount of staff that said it gave us such a boost to see that people cared about what we were doing.
Right. But they were going through a particularly hard time at that point. Yes.
And we get very few reports now, as much as the fact we say cases are going up, hospitalisations are going up.
Yeah.
But nobody is really giving us what's going on behind the scenes. You were seeing things on TV about people that had been in PPE all day, absolutely knackered.
Yes.
But that seems to have dropped off.
I think that if we want to show our appreciation, then we have to insist that the people that we vote for hear what we're saying and treat the staff better. Doctors get paid handsomely. If you're a consultant, then if you're not at or close to six figures, then there's probably something awry. Nurses, on the other hand, porters, carers, the people much lower down the ladder, they do not get handsomely rewarded. And I think that it's about time that they were. I mean, the amount of training that you have to do for a start, the amount of things that you have to see on a daily basis, the stuff that you've got to do, it's surely worth more. Saying thank you is just too easy. I think we've got to, we have to show our appreciation in a more positive and concrete way.
Well, I mean, just on a personal basis, my partner passed away at the end of January, and she was at home on palliative care for 2 weeks, and actually saw how hard they work, what they did, how they did it. And I mean, I'd walk over, whatever for them. I mean, I've just got nothing but admiration for what they do.
Right. Okay. Well, we're as one in that regard. Thanks a lot, Neil. 0345 6060 973. Kath in North Wales texts, Nick, where is the moonshot I was promised? Yeah, it seems like they spend more time coming up with fancy names for what they're going to do. Hey, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. And once again, they seem to be guided by the principle, what would Donald Trump do? Totally going to go into space, and then an outlet say it's going to be a moonshot. The moonshot. How's that going, by the way?
Fabulous.
Anyway, Kath says, also, they have no idea how long the vaccine gives immunity for. Well, they don't. The people that make the vaccine have said that. If you only get one shot, they said, well, we've only tested it to show that it gives you immunity for 21 days. Beyond that, well, it's anybody's guess. They said that more or less. I mean, they said it in a more scientific and intelligent way, but, that's pretty much the is of it. But our government is saying, oh, no, we know much better than the people that actually make this stuff. The stuff that's going on, it does feel like being trapped, doesn't it? Kind of, like being in a horror film where you just can't get out. We're all chained to the radiator. Kath says, what if it's like the flu jab that you'd need once a year? Well, I wouldn't be remotely surprised. We might have to live with this forever. The thing that worries me, and I've said this before, I don't really like saying it out loud because it's, we haven't got enough to be depressed about, but this seems relatively benign as far as these kind of things go. The next one that comes around the corner might be the big one. We might think back on this as the good old days. And that's not just me saying it, that's the Who. Not the Who. Not the Who.
Rock and roll!
Not that Who, the other Who. Anyway, Kath says, only half of the UK population will have been vaccinated and will be due their next annual vaccination before the other half of the UK would have had their first vaccination. Yes, ever decreasing circles, around and around and around we go. Happy New Year, says Kath. Yeah, whatever. Folkestone. Hello, Ray.
Hello.
Ray.
How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
Very good. I was a bit worried about you earlier. You seem to be getting yourself all out of shape. Just regards to the vaccines and the decision the government has taken with regards to the rollout, they said earlier on in the week that it was a pragmatic decision, and indeed it is, because what they're faced with is a situation that Italy was in back in March of 2020, where the hospitals are about to become overrun. And so they've taken a decision that at least if they can get the first dose of the vaccine out, it will stop people getting serious illness and ultimately ending up in ICU.
Well, I understand what you're saying, Ray, but it only protects you to 70%, which means that 30% of the people that get one shot are still vulnerable.
I accept that, but it's the balance between having 1,000+ deaths every day for the next 2 or 3 months versus maybe having half or 1/3 of that.
Well, not necessarily, because there is this issue about whether just one shot will actually stick around, will protect you for anything past 21 days. And if the manufacturers don't know that, then how can the government know it?
There's no absolutes here, Nick. They are literally taking a punt on this. They really are.
Is that good enough?
They're hoping. Absolutely not. And it's a situation largely of our own making by not enforcing all of the measures properly that we've had to have throughout the last year. And
what measures?
Well, if we had properly enforced social distancing, if we had properly enforced
how would we have more? How would we have enforced it more? I think we've been incredibly well behaved, considering.
I think we have in the majority, but I think from the government perspective and from the police perspective, I don't think it was actually enforced rigidly enough.
There is not enough police in the country to have done any more than they've done already.
Exactly. I accept that too. We are where we are, and they are now they've painted themselves, or we have painted ourselves into a corner, and they're desperately scrabbling around for a way out of this with as least bad headlines as they can get away with.
Well, that's not working very well. Is it? If that's their plan, it's not going very well, is it?
Luckily, I don't have to speak on behalf of the government, so yes, indeed.
Okay, all right, thanks, Ray. 0345 6060 973. They're trying to avoid bad headlines. Spencer in Hove says, with a points-based immigration system, oh God, here we go, we can control our immigration numbers to 0 if necessary. When we were part of the EU, we had no control over who in the EU wanted to come to the UK. Spencer, more people from outside of the EU came here than people inside of the EU. Joseph texts, Nick, don't stop believing. In fact, let's hear that right now.
Rock and roll!
No. It says, don't the top 1% run all the media. I assume that you have an editor and producer. I have an editor and producer. No, it's just me, mate. I have a telephonist. I've got a bloke who answers the phones, but I do not have a producer or an editor. He says, can you really say what you want? Well, just as much as anybody else can. I mean, you can't yell fire in a crowded theatre. Of course, you can't go into a theatre anymore, but you know what I mean. I mean, we can say what we want up to a certain point. I can't tell you that the vaccine is an evil plan by Bill Gates to squirt a microchip up you, by which method he can control you like a robot.
Correct.
I can't say that. But, I mean, listen to me. Does it sound like I'm under control? And besides, listen to LBC for 24 hours a day, and you'll hear every opinion under the sun. It's a rainbow of opinions. I mean, I don't agree with most of the people that are on the air, and most of the people on the air don't agree with me. The top 1% run all the media. It's an asinine thing to say. The top 1% run everything. That's why they're the top 1%. I don't really get what you're saying. They run the chemical companies, and they run the steel companies, and they run the paper-making companies, and they run the financial sector, and they run the farming sector, and they run everything. the top 1%. That's why they're the top 1%. And they got there, by and large, through luck. Life is a series of incidents that either are or are not lucky. I'll prove it to you. I mean, you might say, well, they didn't get there by luck. They got there because of their evil little scheme, and they're all giving each other a lift. Well, yes, just like everybody else gives their mates and their friends and their colleagues and people that they know and they went to school with and who can do them a favour back a lift. That's what people are like. Everybody does that. It's just that if you've got £1 billion, then you can give another person who's got £1 billion a lift because they will benefit you to the tune of hundreds of millions of pounds. Billionaires do each other favours because they can benefit massively from it. Plumbers do favours for carpenters because they know a customer who wants to pay cash. It's the same thing, but on a smaller scale. And the proving that everything is luck part starts right at birth. You either were or were not disabled, for instance, at birth. That's luck. You either were or were not born to parents who wanted you. That's luck. You either were or were not born to parents who were drug addicts or who separated with great enmity, and so on. You went to school and you sat in a class which was full of really disruptive pupils, and the teacher was spending most of his or her time in crowd control rather than teaching you, for instance. And it just goes on and on and on like that through life. You were sat next to a guy in school who was annoying and smelly, but you got on. And he became Bill Gates, for instance, or Jeff Bezos, or Richard Branson, or any of these people. And because you knew him at school, you called him up and you said, I've got an idea for something or other. And if you hadn't known him before, he would never have taken your call. But because you did, he did, and you yourself became a millionaire because of it. It's all luck. But you can't blame luck for your problems and your circumstance in life. And so it's much easier, more comforting to say, well, the reason that I am not one of those people is because of a conspiracy. They're all in it together. But it's not that. It's just sheer dumb luck.
Hi, Nick.
Rory.
Hello. Yeah, it was a good coincidence you were just talking about luck, because I want to talk about it briefly. So you spoke a few minutes ago about, Boris Johnson, going to Eton and, being at a public school and being very lucky. And, of course, in those days, he was lucky. He managed to go to Oxford. But, however, I do want to say, and I went to public school, like Eton, but then there's this image that sort of those who go to these schools are super privileged, super wealthy, and go on to be very successful just because of the family that they're born into.
Yeah.
But let me dispel this myth. It's not true, good sir. It's not. I promise you, there are wealthy people, and I went to school with, a prince and a few billionaires. There are, but it is becoming much harder for those who go to these private schools to, get into sort of a mainstream job. For example, I tried to apply for work experience. I'm about 18, but I tried to apply for work experience at Morgan Stanley. And they had 3 programs for people my age. One was for people black or BAME. One was for women. And then one was for people who go to state schools.
Right. Rory, can you just wait one second? I'm going to get out my violin. Nobody is suggesting that because you went to a private school that you automatically get a leg up in life. Well, yeah. No, let me rephrase that you automatically win in life. Yeah. But you have had a leg up in life in much the same way as if you were born in Britain. You are above the ladder, or you're above you've had a leg up compared to people who were born in, for instance, Africa.
Oh yeah, no, I would deny. Of course, I've had a leg up. I'm not sort of a pompous brat, but I'm almost being given a leg down here, 2 legs down.
Right.
It's much harder for me to get a job because of the school I went to. And I'll tell you one thing: these schools now, a lot of them are people in bursaries. I know one school, 50% of the students are on bursaries. So a lot of these people got here through their own merit and managed to get to this school because they worked hard and not because they had a leg up. But because of that, they're still being given a leg down.
You're arguing with yourself. They didn't get into school by having a leg up, but by going to that school, they will get a leg up. I mean, this is just so blindingly obvious. I can't really be bothered. It's all a question of, do you have an advantage over others? And if you were born in Britain, then you have an advantage over most of the rest of the world. If you were born white in Britain, then you have an extra advantage. If you were born to well-off parents, then you have another advantage. And all of these increments keep adding up to the indisputable truth that if you were white, rich and British, then you're among the luckiest people that have ever lived. And if you make something of that, then it has been a lot less hard than anybody that did not have any of those advantages. I don't know whether you're being serious or not, Rory, or whether you're just winding me up, but I can't be bothered. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Bridgend. Hello, Mike.
Hello there.
Hello there. Very well.
I listened to that last call there, and some people wouldn't dream of having the first choice. Well, it's all or nothing. I've got to get into Morgan Stanley or nothing, or my life's ruined. Most people would be like going for regular companies down the line. They wouldn't be going for high-end organisations because they don't think they're able to apply for those kind of jobs. So if your first choice when you leave university is, well, I'm going to try and get myself into Morgan Stanley or an equivalent company, then you're already doing okay in my book. That doesn't mean you can't try to get into those companies. But if you try to get into Morgan Stanley once and fail, I'm not going to be like, I don't know, like you say, rolling out the violins, because there are other companies you could apply for. You just got to maybe work harder to get in there. Perhaps.
Yeah,
I don't know.
My brain was giving me warning signals.
Warning!
When he was that specific, I thought this is a wind up. I think it was a wind up call.
Has to be, because most people, I went to university and did a degree, but when things didn't work out, I worked in a factory. I did other bits and bobs. I didn't automatically go so if it was a wind up, well played to him. But I just think some people do think like that. They think if they can't get into Morgan Stanley or equivalent companies that they're having a hard time with it. Well, maybe go for companies a couple of rungs down the ladder. The other point I wanted to say was regards to certain people who are worth, say, 143 billion quid, and they're getting a dividend, of course. If they're in the kind of internet delivery kind of business, that kind of company, if they own that kind of company, they're getting a dividend from the pandemic because everybody's shopping online with their company.
Yeah.
But they've got a continuing dividend because all the high street stores are going to be dead. So they're going to have an ongoing, continuing dividend from the pandemic. I just would think it just seems weird that you're worth, say, 143 billion, and you don't kind of spread it out a bit more. What can you do with 143 billion quid yourself?
I completely agree. That's probably one of the reasons that I, and probably you too, Mike, will not become a billionaire, is because we don't think like that.
If I had 143 billion quid, I tell you what I'd do. I'd put 140 billion pounds into a charitable trust for people who couldn't, who are like something poor, the swear word poor, and I'd keep £1 billion myself and I'd live an amazing life. But I'd give most of it away, or maybe I'd give away 20 or 30 or 40 billion. Maybe 100 billion, maybe 150 billion.
I think that's what his wife did. I think it was the biggest divorce in history, wasn't it? Jeff Bezos' wife walked away with more money than you could ever spend if you were up 24 hours a day with on the phone with your credit card in your hand. And I think she just gave away something like £30 billion or dollars or something like that, some staggering amount. She just gave it away. Which is precisely what I would do. I mean, Bill Gates seems to be one of the good ones.
Yeah, Bill Gates is giving money. Bill Gates is trying to eradicate diseases. I mean, that's But then you look at people like Bezos, and you just think, isn't that kind of? I don't know. I just think, isn't it a little bit like sick that you're a human being? You're only going to be around in your 40s. You're going to be around another 40 years or whatever. If you maybe a lot longer because he's wealthy. But maybe he's going to give it all away to charitable foundation at the end. But
at the end,
maybe.
But I think that one of the reasons that he is a billionaire and we won't be is because we don't think like he does. You know, he didn't used to be a billionaire. I don't know what his actual history is, but he certainly didn't arrive, fully fledged that rich. So he had to go through a considerable period when I imagine he was scrabbling around for some change. And it's the mentality that got him to where he is. It's just the mentality hasn't changed, apparently. But, he's just spending all of his money on leather jackets, sunglasses and space rockets. So there's that. Gresham, Penny.
Hi, Nick. How are you this evening?
I'm super. Thanks for asking.
Well, I'm a bit irritated.
Oh, no.
Which is unusual for me, but I think your discussion started well when we talked about what's going on at the front line and how tough it all is. But now you seem to have got into a discussion about the privileged and those that have a start in, private schools and education. And I think you've lost the plot.
What plot?
Because the plot is about who do we need to be supporting at the moment. We don't need to bash people, but you had a fantastic practice nurse speaking earlier.
You seem to be of the opinion that I'm only talking about one thing per hour.
No.
Is that what you mean by I've lost the plot? You were enjoying the story, and now we're talking about something else, and you wish to register a complaint.
I think no, I'm not registering a complaint. I just would like to get back to the point that we are dealing with a pandemic.
Well,
we're dealing
Penny,
with people.
This show's not about you. It goes where it goes. I'll talk about one thing 1 minute and another thing the next.
So, do you want to knock people who've been to private school versus giving...
I'm not... You're not listening at all, are you? I'm not knocking them. I'm saying that people who go to Eton and then claim that they have not had a leg up, they didn't start life up the ladder from people who didn't, are kidding themselves. I mean, they may not have made something of their life, but that's not through a lack of opportunity.
So maybe I lost the theme of your discussion, because
there's no theme. It's like just conversation. You don't go to a pub and say, right, for the next 60 minutes we're only talking about this one subject, and if we stray from the subject, then I will be irritated. Do you, Penny?
Okay, so can I pick up the practice nurse
Most
that spoke to you
certainly,
earlier?
of course.
Okay, so she was very articulate and very practical about being at the front line. And the thing that I really found profound about what she was saying is that we are working flat out, we're doing our best, and we're not recognised for it. And I think if LBC could start a sort of, let's give every single frontline healthcare worker, social worker, £1,000 as a recompense for what they're doing by the end of March, that would be a campaign that would be well worth.
Well, why don't you start it?
Yep, help me. I would very happy to. I'm a nurse by profession, and I'm very saddened. But I mentor a nurse. I've spoken to her tonight. She's working in an intensive care unit. She's absolutely on her knees. She's had all holiday cancelled, and yet we are depending on them to be there for us.
Well, here's a good idea. When the next general election comes around, then perhaps people should vote for a party other than one that has been in power for 10 years and treats the staff of the NHS in the way that they have. And we had that opportunity, and we decided not to do it as a country.
So Nick, my question is, we've been celebrating the NHS, and I think there's a sort of disquiet now that we're not celebrating them anymore. And what is that saying? And how can we...
But how does having a clap for 2 minutes every Thursday actually help, other than making people feel better about themselves for clapping?
I agree with that point that you made earlier, absolutely. But what can we do to support those people that are, wearing masks?
Well, I go back to the point that I made initially. Vote for a party that actually has it in, has a plan to do the exact thing that you just described, rather than give lip service to supporting the people who work for the NHS, actually having a plan to do so.
Well, if we had time on our side, I would absolutely vote for that, and I'd go for it, hell for leather.
Right, but the people were asked, and time again, they don't do that. So the people say that they are supportive of the NHS, but when it comes to it, they actually aren't.
So how can we, as members of the public and people like yourselves, do something about that?
Right, well, don't put it on me. It's got nothing to do with me.
I'm happy. No, well, you are the LBC, and I listen to you.
I'm not the LBC. I'm an inconsequential talk show host who does a Saki program 3 nights a week. I am not LBC, and neither should it be down to LBC. We talk about this all the time. It has nothing to do with us, Penny. If you really wanted to do something positive, then the time is gone. We've got to wait another 4 years. This country has decided over and over again to keep supporting the party that has shown that it is actually not in favour of the things that you're describing, of helping people practically who work in the NHS. We've had that choice. We just had that choice, right? And we thought, well, we don't want socialism. We've been through that. This is not the people that we are.
Whoever we are, whoever the we is, we have to do something to support our frontline workers because they are up against it. And I actually have been a great listener of LBC, but I'm quite disappointed by the fact that you're just pushing it back to me. And saying you have
Penny,
to wait
you're telling me that I've got to do something about it. What the hell's it got to do with me?
Think about it.
No, I'm not going to think about it. I have been talking about this for the last 3 hours. What else do you want me to do? You do something. 0345 6060 973. God, what's it got to do with me? Tom in London emails, neither the Republic of Ireland or Germany have a tampon tax. As far as I know, they are both still in the European Union. I'm not sure that's correct. I think they do. You might be right, but I think you might be wrong. It's such small beer. It really doesn't make much of a difference, does it? It's like 2p a day. And the money that we raised from that VAT went to women's charities. That money will probably disappear unless the government decides to make up the difference. And how likely do you think that will be? Aaron texts, did Bill Gates beam the luck conspiracy into your brain? Well, I don't know. Let me ask my brain.
Correct.
Yes, apparently so. I don't know why people keep going on about Bill Gates. I mean, he, of all the billionaires in all the world, he seems to be one of the good ones, doesn't he? I mean, he's actually using his money to try and eradicate dreadful diseases. I mean, he seems to be making an effort. Okay, he's one of 3 centibillionaires on Earth. All of the richest people in the world have done fantastically well over the last year. I mean, they've done, by and large, really, really well, while everybody else has been suffering tremendously. But it's not because of a scheme on their parts. They just lucked out. Jeff Bezos got lucky by having a business that is enormously benefited by the circumstance of a pandemic. Other people that are millionaires because they open nightclubs, for instance, they've had a terrible time. But, some people, like show business, for instance. There's rock and rollers who are very, very rich, whose skills were massively sought after and were worth a lot of money. And they've had a dreadful time. But there's other people who've sort of sailed, who in the arts have just sailed through it untouched. I read that. Willie says, I challenge you to name a year when the NHS was not in crisis. I await your answer with bated breath. Don't bait your breath, Willie. You'll pass out and fall over. I can't remember when it was not in crisis. It's always been in crisis. It's because it seems to be always serially underfunded compared to, our European competitors. Do you want me to read the lists of hospital bed capacity in Europe again?
No.
No, it'd take too long. We're right down at the bottom. weirdly, only Denmark, Ireland, and Sweden have less hospital beds per head of population than we do. And I don't know about Ireland, but I think Denmark and Sweden are way down there because they treat their people outside of hospitals. I mean, the people in Denmark and Sweden don't look unhealthy, do they?
No.
No, they don't. They all look like they're in a blooming yogurt advert. I'm still reeling after that woman was upset at me for not starting a campaign. Like it's got anything to do with me. Phil in Bournemouth says, after watching loads of exciting end-of-civilization films with zombies killing everyone quickly, it turns out it's going to be a long, boring end caused by morons with a virus not wearing masks and a rubbish government. Happy New Year. Yeah, Happy New Year, Phil. It sounds like War of the Worlds. What did it for the aliens? A virus. There's been so many films over the last 20 or 30 years that have described this precise situation that we're going through. And did anybody pay attention?
No.
No. Lewisham. Hello, Hannah.
Oh, yes, hello, Nick. Never mind you having anything to do with anything. What I want to know is, what's Bill Gates got to do with anything?
I don't know. Why he is the conspiracist's bête noire, I really don't know. I can't imagine.
Well, conspirators have made him the Moloch, you know, a kind of alien. I mean, I just don't understand it. And
well, if it's not George Soros, it's Bill Gates.
Well, yes, Soros is the other one who does a lot of good.
I mean, there's a lot of billionaires, many of whom
who do nothing.
Who are evil. Well, why don't they pick on them? I mean, Bill Gates seems to be one of the ones that's actually doing good in the world.
Precisely, and precisely the point I was going to make. He's the only one who is spending his dosh in a good way, and yet he's the one that they go for. You know, they go for his jugular.
Criticise Mark Zuckerberg. He's the other centibillionaire. I think there's
Absolutely.
3 people on Earth who are worth $100 billion.
Musk and the Amazon guy,
yes, the Amazon guy, the Facebook guy, and the Windows guy.
And yet they don't. You know, Musk is out there spending all these money on going to space and I don't know what the hell else. and the other two, the other billionaires, we just don't hear about very much. I mean,
I'm quite keen on Elon Musk. I mean, he seems a bit, he seems a little bit out there, but he's coming up with some really inventive stuff. You know, the tube that you can get squirted down, which is going to make HS2 an ancient technology by the time it actually arrives, if it ever arrives. And he's come up with roof tiles that look like roof tiles, but that are also, what do they call them? Solar panels. You know how ugly solar panels are on roofs of houses? They're absolutely hideous. I mean, it just makes you not want them. But if you could have tiles that just look like roof tiles, you know, of various different types, that also sucked power from the sun, well, that would be great. Well, he's come up with that. There's all sorts of things he's coming up with. The cars, for instance, I mean, they seem to be pretty good. Very unlikely I'll ever be able to afford one of those things, but they look good, and they're quiet, and they go like a bomb. So, yeah, he's doing good in the world, building, trying to improve batteries, which definitely needs improvement. That's one piece of, key piece of technology that has not really advanced much. All sorts of things he's coming up with. But it seems to be the conspiracists pick on the good ones. I don't know, it's almost as though the bad billionaires have put the idea in conspiracists' minds that it's the good billionaires that are the problem. Weird. Hannah, I've got to go. Your reception is terrible. You get a new phone or walk to higher ground. Lorraine in Birmingham says it's a bit cynical to say that people give because they get something out of it. There are plenty of kind people with big hearts. Yes, of course. But it's also completely true to say that by giving, you do get a warm, squidgy feeling inside. Otherwise, people wouldn't do it. That's just the truth, Lorraine. But you can't handle the truth. Notting Hill. Hello, Nigel.
Hello, sir. How are we doing?
Are we on speakerphone?
No.
Blimey. This is an abysmal phone.
Hold on. Do you want?
Have you gone?
Right, you're on speakerphone.
Oh, there you are. Yes.
Here I am, Nick.
Go ahead.
Yes, Nick. All the conversations you've been having, people are talking about conspiracy theories and this theory and that theory and what the media are putting out into the public, and a lot of people are following what the public are putting out. But there is some truth in what they are putting out. You know, there is
absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Do you want to put it another way?
I'm talking about with the pandemic and with the virus and with the taking of the injection and being healed and the numbers of people who have died, the numbers of people who have died of COVID. There's a lot of misinformation going out, and the media are in control of that information.
Well, the media are in control of the information that goes out on their specific media outlets.
Yes.
But what is it you're saying?
I'm saying that everybody says about conspiracy theories and what theories and what is being put out there is the truth and not the truth, and there's a lot of misinformation going out there. But within that misinformation, it is entwined within the truth.
Wow, I've got absolutely no clue. It's like you're putting like a maze of words. It's just like a word salad. Just tell me what it is that you think.
I think that within the vaccination and the vaccinations of people and how people are being healed and the lockdowns and what they're doing and with the schools and what they're doing. You look at Wuhan now, yeah? Wuhan is clear. They've been clear. They haven't had a death since May. They've cleaned up their place.
It's hard to know that that's true because of the way that information dribbles out of China. But one of the reasons that they've had a success is they run a totalitarian state there, and if you get told to stay in your flat, then you stay in your flat or you'll get shot.
Well, it's not. You haven't heard about people being shot and dead and what have you. What they done was when they had the information that the plague was plaguing everywhere, they disinfected everywhere. They locked down everywhere, and everybody was a part.
That's right. They can have a lockdown in China like you can't really have in what passes for a free country.
Well, even though you talk about having a free country, people are not abiding by it, and people are not abiding by the rules
in this country. In this country,
yeah.
Well, I think we've been pretty good, actually. If you told me a year ago the year that we were about to go through, and asked me how you think the public would have responded to that, I would have expected riots in the streets, people pulling up paving stones, throwing them through McDonald's windows, having pitched battles with the police, and just general chaos. And none of that's happened.
No, but everybody's abiding by it. The people are abiding by it, but the government are late with everything. They don't want. They want money to be made. They don't want to close down schools.
They are late.
They're late with every single thing what they're doing.
And you think that is a conspiracy or just incompetence?
It's partly both, because you've got the media saying, right, lock down, don't lock down the schools, don't lock down the schools. How can you lock down the schools? It's against the law.
The media the media, by which I assume you mean newspapers. They just get blown around like a rudderless ship, but depending on the mood of the readers of the day.
Yeah, but the power of the media is controlled information. and the information which they give out is always controlled. You know,
well, I don't know what you mean by controlled. Most people get their news from the internet, which is the inverse of controlled. It's out of control. There is no control. Unless you get all of your news from Facebook, when there is an element of confirmation loops.
Well, you have small confirmation loops, and you got WikiLeaks, and you got people who go against whatever is put out there. But the power of the media is so powerful that people believe anything that is put out there. When you had the first injections, like you had the 90-year-old woman who was injected, and she's waiting for the 3-week injection. We don't hear nothing else again. We haven't heard nothing else again about this woman. But
maybe nothing has happened. She only just got an injection. What do you expect? She's going to blow up?
Well, you had 100 people who was paid £100,000 each to test the first vaccine. They all died, and you've got different people.
I don't know where you got that. People were paid £100,000 each, and they all died. And the irony is that you started that by saying people will believe what they read because of the power of the media. I think people will believe what they read because it reinforces some twisted notion that they arrived with in the first place. If they get some idea that just reinforces some bizarre notion that they came to the party with, they'll think, oh, well, there's proof. And anything that disproves it or suggests that the truth is to the contrary of what they believe, they will think, well, that's just part of the conspiracy. That's what they want me to believe. That, for instance, man did not... the man did go to the moon. If the media is saying that man went to the moon, well, that's proof that they're in on the conspiracy too. It's really attractive to believe that everything is a conspiracy, because the inverse of that is to just accept that everything is just sheer dumb luck. And you can't fight luck. You can't shout at it. You can't punch it. You can't do anything to it. So yeah, it's and it makes you feel helpless, impotent. Nobody wants to feel impotent.
I'm Jose Mourinho. I know a thing or two about being special. We give the players all the education. We give the players all the conditions, and of course we are not happy. It was a negative surprise for us.
Do you mind telling me what this is all about?
Yes, of course, I'm very disappointed, but I don't talk about the referee, and I don't talk about the VAR, and I don't talk about the virus, and I don't talk about the pitch. I don't talk about any of these things. Oh, you're special, all right, Jose. Bookies have slashed odds on this winter being the coldest since records began.
Oh, no.
Really? When did they begin? Because if they began last year, then not so bad. The beast from the east is about to make a comeback. Tonight, temperatures could drop to -12. What? -12 in Scotland. And the Met Office has issued... The what? The Met Office has issued a yellow snow and ice warning.
Warning!
They said the bookmaker Coral cut odds on this winter ending as the coldest since records began in the UK from 1 to 2 to 1 to 2 from 4 to 6. I have no idea what that means. What does that mean? Bookmaker Coral cut the odds on this winter ending as the coldest since records began in the UK to 1 to 2 from 4 to 6. Does that make sense?
No.
I have no idea what that means. Apart from you will lose your money. The house always wins. Always, always, always wins. Unless it's Donald Trump running a casino, of course. I mean, he somehow managed to lose money running a casino. I mean, that has to be a first. You are a catastrophic failure as a businessman, Donny.
Don't be rude.
A golf twitler wouldn't know how to run a business if it was an automatic, and came with a manual.
Don't talk to me that way. I'm the President of the United States. Don't ever talk to the President that way.
With temperatures continuing to drop, we could be edging towards the coldest winter since records began in the UK, said the bookmaker Coral. They said it's been a chilly start to the month. Yeah, I know that. And as a result, it's now odds on that this will be the coldest January ever in this country, said Coral. And I'm sorry to say this, but what do they know? They're not experts. What do the experts say? Well, a weather company called WX Charts that predicts long-term weather trends has warned of heavy snow with as much as 30 inches dropping in one day up until January the 30th.
What?
30 inches? Oh, my God. What's that in feet? You double it and add 32 to get feet. So double 30 is 90, and 90 plus 32 is 112. Wow. There's going to be 112 feet of snow on one day in January. Can you believe that?
No.
Met Office spokesmodel John said the country should expect rain and sleet and snow over the next week. But it was too soon to tell if sudden catastrophic stratospheric warming would result in a repeat of the February 18th's Beast from the East. I can't believe it was that long ago, can you? You remember the Beast from the East? It was like yesterday, it seems like. A couple of 3 days ago, but it was 2018 February. Blimey. Doesn't time fly when you're out your mind? It can take 2 weeks, apparently, for the effects of a sudden catastrophic stratospheric warming. Will you try it? Yeah, you try it.
Sudden stratospheric catastrophic... What was the last bit?
Oh, can't believe he's fell over on warming. You fail this test. See me after school. It takes a couple of weeks, apparently, when that happens, for the effects to be felt. I don't know how or why. I mean, I'm not an expert any more than Donnie is.
I'm not a doctor.
And I don't know anything either.
I know nothing.
But apparently the temperature goes up by 50 degrees in the atmosphere or something, and then we're up to our eyeballs in snow. I think you'll find that is accurate. So there's apparently a sudden catastrophic stratospheric warming high up in the sky, and it could or could not mean that we have snow up to our, The general outlook into the second week of January is for cold conditions to persist with frosts and freezing fog. Yep. Are these from tonight?
No.
Oh, right. Shall I wipe them up? Phil in Bournemouth last night said, after watching loads of exciting end-of-civilization films with zombies killing everyone quickly, it turns out it's going to be a long, boring end caused by morons with a virus, not wearing masks and a rubbish government. Happy New Year. Yes. Yeah, that's about right, yeah. And it won't have Brad Pitt or anybody like that in it. Lorraine in Birmingham says it's a bit cynical to say that people give because they get... I read this one. This was about me saying that people give to charitable, organisations, and they give for 10 pence to people in the street because it makes them feel better. And that is absolutely true. Correct in every respect. But Lorraine thinks not. Presumably because she thinks that when she last gave to some charitable organisation, it's because that she's a saintly person. Oh, no. Wrong one. Should have been that. Never mind. Too late. Aggie says, if you want to get Labour in at the general election, it's a pity the party couldn't be bothered to get themselves a leader with half a brain. I would happily have voted Labour, but not with Corbyn in charge. Even his own party members wouldn't vote for him. Yeah, that's right. That's how he won the leadership election, by not being voted for. Talking of all of that, Boris Johnson is losing his grip on the red wall seats that propelled him to power at the 2019 general election, according to... I'm going to have to warm up my lips. I think my whole face is frozen solid. It's not working. You turn the heating up. I need a face blanket. Boris Johnson is losing his grip on the red wall seats that propelled him to power in the 2019 general election, according to a new poll. Who could have predicted that? How's that levelling up going, by the way?
Fabulous.
More than 22,000 people were surveyed by this poll organisation. Polling, which is a very large number. It's about 10 times the number that normally are appended to a poll of this type. It's normally about 2,000, thereabouts, and then they extrapolate out to the population at large. But this is 22,000 people, so you think it would be, fairly accurate-ish. More than 22,000 people surveyed in a constituency-by-constituency poll, which predicts that neither the Conservatives nor Labour would win an outright majority if an election was held tomorrow. But it won't be held tomorrow. We've practically got a dictatorship until 2024.
Oh, no.
The catastrophic clown show that was given the ability to do whatever they want with us on the basis of some feeling about how life will get better if he did one thing that has rather paled into insignificance since, hasn't it? We elected a good time Charlie, gave him total control, not knowing that the route we were taking would require a stable and diligent leader, not a shock-headed, self-obsessed Trump wannabe with a crippling combination of a persecution complex and a God complex, who fired anyone that disagreed with him on one specific issue of Brexit, no matter how able they might have been, to replace them all with the comedy clown show of nodding dogs that we got here now. That's not a controversial thing to say, is it? And now some people have buyer's remorse. Who could possibly have seen that coming?
Yeah.
The MRP poll was carried out over a 4-week period in December when Bozo cancelled Christmas. You know, like an un-Santa. Like he just shot Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer. So maybe people weren't in the best mood with him. I mean, what do you think about a man who just ruined Jesus' birthday, they said, and we all said... No! And I know what you're thinking. What's an MRP poll? I'm glad you asked. The MRP polling process is a statistical method that produces predictions based on small geographic areas, analysing elements of a person's lifestyle and background to generate probabilities about their voting habits. It's believed to be more accurate than a mere conventional poll, and MRP stands for Multi-Level Regression and Multi-Level Regression and Post-Stratification. And you're thinking, I know that. Get on with it. Rude. The survey was conducted by the research company Focal Data, which you have to say very, very carefully. Focal Data. Be precise.
Be polite.
According to the poll, the Conservatives would lose 81 seats, wiping out the 80-seat majority that they won in December 2019. Wow. That would leave the Conservatives with 284 seats. Labour would win 282 seats. An overall increase for a Labour of 82. That is stunning, isn't it? I mean, either Bozo the Clown has done a really bad job, or Keir Starmer has knocked it out the park for 6, to mix my sporting metaphors. Either Keir Starmer has done a really good job, or Boris has done a really bad job. I mean, I know which seems more likely to me. I mean, Boris Johnson is an ocean-going galumph, and Keir Starmer just seems like a hair gel model.
You don't need to put all of that product in your hair. You just don't.
I honestly can't think of a single thing that he's said since he won the top job. Can you? Keir Starmer? Anything? Anything at all? And if Labour allied with the SNP, they would be running the country in a coalition, because the SNP would get 57 out of the 59 seats in Scotland. And be honest, can you imagine them, Labour and the SNP together, doing a worse job than what we've got going on here now?
No.
Not really, no. But we don't get a chance to change things for another 4 years, so we're stuck with it. And in 4 years, the Tories will say that, Keir Starmer is a dangerous socialist who's on the verge of growing a beard. He wants to tax you more, and we'll vote in the Tories again. And wonder why the libraries have closed and the police numbers are down, and care and the NHS and the councils are underfunded, and the rich seem to have got richer, and the rest of us have got poorer and are queuing at food banks and are doing 2 jobs but still not managing to pay the bills. But at least we were safe from socialism. God, what a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Of the constituencies that Labour would gain, half are seats in the north of England. North of England. I've got a persistent cough.
Oh, no.
Of the constituencies that Labour would gain, half are seats in the north of England, which is where they got them in the first place. North of England, Midlands, Wales. Places that voted Labour in 2017 and then did the switcheroo to the Tories in 2019. And that suggests that the Labour leader, Sir Keir, is on course to rebuild his party's red wall. He used to make a drink they used to advertise in the cinemas, didn't they? Sir Keir Aura. Oh, so yummy. It came with a little straw, and you had to pierce a thing in the carton, the little box there, and it was quite hard to get in, so you were squeezing the carton. As soon as the straw pierced that foil disc, it went all over you. Thanks a lot, Keir. Labour's also predicted to win 5 London seats from the Conservatives. Chingford, wherever that is. Chipping Barnet, they're just making these up. Finchley and Golders Green, Hendon and Kensington. Kensington? They're going to win Kensington.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
The Conservatives cling on to just 8, apparently, according to this poll. 8 of the 43 red wall seats that they won at the last election. Places like Bassetlaw, Bishop Auckland, Colne Valley, Dudley North, Great Grimsby, the Fish People, Penistone. Penistone?
Be polite!
And Stocksbridge and Scunthorpe and Sedgefield. Is Penistone one of those places that you can shorten in order to take up less space on an envelope?
No.
No, apparently not. Analysis by the Onward think tank, published last month, suggests that voters in the red wall seats backed the Tories at the 2019 election for specific reasons. Guess which? Including, but limited to, Brexit. Oh, and stopping Uncle Jezza from entering Downing Street. You know, that whole socialism issue. Oh, we don't want that. The study claimed that many of these voters would never vote for the Tories again. Wow, so they've got about 4 years, the billionaire press, to ramp up stories of about how dangerous a radical Keir Starmer is. And they'll be dropping in your in tray in 3, 2, 1... And as I believe I've been saying for years now, those that voted for Brexit are likely to suffer the most from it. You know, assuming it's not all positive. It'll be the poor and the just about getting by. And when those birds come home to roost, expect an outbreak of disappointment.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
I mean, the middle class might take a bit of a hit overall. The rich, of course, will keep on getting ever more stratospherically rich. But the poor, who voted for Brexit under the instruction from the rich, are those that will probably get hurt the most and benefit the least. But don't take my word for it. Analysis of data from the Office for National Statistics said that 17 of the red wall seats that Johnson won in 2019 were in the top 20% of areas with job markets that had the greatest reliance on sectors most at risk from the combined impact of a no-deal Brexit, or just any kind of Brexit, and the COVID-19 pandemic. Justin Ibbott, founder of Focal Data, said 1 year on from their stunning general election triumph, it is clear that the Conservatives already have a lot of work to do if they are to replicate their 2019 success in future elections. So, who's going to be at the helm for the next election for the Tories then, eh? Place your bets. I'll guess that even his fans will have tired of that, poor, gosh, look at me, schoolboy act, with his diligently unarranged hair and that carefully curated I don't care about how I look. And we'll want something that doesn't look so artfully disarranged and that's more than just a series of tics and gesticulations, and we'll plump for someone more sober, a thinker, a Rishi Sunak type. I know. Rishi Sunak. I mean, it's not going to be Gavin Williamson, is it?
I think he's betraying a quite stupefying ignorance.
East Yorkshire, hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Yeah, I'm a bit puzzled really because we're lacking clarity in leadership again because Boris and Hancock have disappeared since the row over whether we do one vaccine injection or two has emerged. They've just been nowhere to be seen, or anyone from the government. And Tony Blair came out and said this 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, he did.
That it would be a good idea. So they're now obviously trying to figure out how to disassociate themselves from what Tony Blair said, which is what all the scientists, Public Health England, NHS are saying is the right policy. So they've disappeared again. Where the hell have they gone?
Well, they're on holiday. They're on holiday for at least another week. They've surveyed the smoking ruins of the country, decided that they've done a fantastic job, and they deserve a break. Like the very thing that he did when he ascended to the top job. It seems to be the way with these people. As soon as you get in a position of authority, the very first thing you do on day one is congratulate yourselves on an excellent job and go on holiday.
Yeah, I mean, you asked the question last January, where have Boris and Dominic gone? And I said they're not appearing during the day because they're having all-night parties celebrating the fact that coronavirus will get them over the Brexit debacle that's about to occur.
You remember what we were saying last January?
I do.
Blimey.
But it's true. The coronavirus will get them off the hook with Brexit to some extent. But why have they disappeared, Nick? They are supposed to be the people leading us, and they're just invisible.
That is a good point about Tony Blair. That is a good point about Tony Blair, though. By the way, it has occurred to me ever since they said, "Well, I'll tell you what. Here's a good idea. Let's just have one jab instead of two, and then we'll get it around more people." Tony Blair had been banging on about the exact same thing, saying those precise words about 2 weeks before, as you just point out, and he got the usual tsunami of ire for opening his tanned mouth again, and then the government did a swift pivot and said, "Oh well, we were thinking of doing that all the time."
Yeah, I mean, the least they could have done is come out and say, as you pointed out, you need some moisturiser. But I mean. They've just come out with nothing. Not even Tony, it's a good idea, but use more moisturiser, mate. I mean, there's zero, absolutely zero. Where are they? What they're doing? Gavin Williamson will no doubt shut schools for 3 weeks eventually. I don't know what is going on with. Well,
it hadn't occurred to me that they had been disappeared. To be honest, I hadn't missed them. I hadn't noticed that they were gone. What might be a good idea is if they take an extended break, and we'll just muddle along ourselves. I mean, it couldn't possibly go any worse than this.
No, it's a bit disastrous. I'm afraid. I'm a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought about the. I mean, I'm old, and
how old are you?
I'm only 66, but I've got COPD, and I thought, yeah, we'll get a jab, and then 3 weeks later I'll get another jab, and then it occurred to me, it's a bit like a kid opening a Christmas present, and wonderful, I've got a mountain bike, great, and then he realises there's only one wheel on it, and a little note saying you might get the other wheel in 12 weeks, or...
Well, have you had the first wheel yet? No, have you? Have you had the first jab yet?
No, I haven't, because I'm in the next group down. But it was just the thought that, you get a bike with one wheel and a little note saying the other wheel will come in 12 weeks, you would be a bit disappointed.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. You could learn to ride a unicycle, I suppose. You could just get along and stop whining about it, but no, you're right, yeah. OK, best of luck, Mike. You're going to need it. 0345 606... Stay safe. 0345 6060 973. Mike says, good evening, Nick. It's Mike. Yeah, I know that. He says, it's Mike the chef. I love your show, just need to ask, you don't like the Conservatives, you don't like Labour, so can you please tell us who you do like? Yes, Mike, I like you. Now whip us up a souffle and be quiet about it. Glenn says, you might think that Boris is a clown, but he's managed to get us a trade deal with no tariff. I'm sorry, I've slipped into a coma there. Boris is a clown, I might think, but he's managed to get us a trade deal with no tariffs or quotas. Yeah, it managed to get us a trade deal that's significantly worse than the one that we just exited. Yeah. Well done, Boris. Hurrah! We've shot ourselves in the foot, but at least we've still got a bullet. And another foot. What could possibly go wrong? 0345 6060 973. James says, hello, Nick, that was Capri Sun, not Kia Ora. Or what was Sir Kia Ora then? What was Kia Ora then?
Right, Jeremy Corbyn.
Oh.
Never paying attention. He's in there listening to another station. I think he's got to Classic FM on. I know it's relaxing, but we're trying to do a show here. Duncan in Blackpool texts, Nick, I think you were thinking of Umbongo, which sounds pretty racist to me. No, Sir Kia Ora, what was that? Maybe, I don't know. And furthermore, I don't care. Weybridge, hello, Richard.
Oh, good evening. Yes, now, you're LBC, aren't you? Now, I suggest that to make yourself really well established in this country, the first thing you need, the only thing you need to do, is establish the fact that we do not live in a democracy. We have 44% of the electorate voted Conservative, and yet they finish up with 57% of the MPs. You can hardly call that democracy. So I think the main subject, 24/7 on LBC, should be let's make this country a democracy once and for all, because it never has been yet.
Well, there's all sorts of different types of democracy. You're talking about...
proportional representation.
Yes, exactly. Proportional representation.
May I just interrupt you there, Mr.
No.
Oh.
Yes.
You said no.
Well, then I said yes. I did a U-turn.
All right, then, okay. So you stayed there. You're in position.
Yes.
Well, can you
U-turning
justify,
so hard, I've screwed myself into the ground. Go ahead.
I'm probably going to repeat myself, but 44% of the population...
You are repeating yourself.
Yes. Can you justify that as being a democracy, that they yielded 57% of the MPs?
It is a democracy. There's all sorts of different types of democracy.
That is not a democracy. If you get 44% of the population that voted, getting 57% of the MPs...
You mean it's not proportional representation? It is a type of democracy. Well, of course it is. We had votes.
Make it really...
oh, my God, this is another person who's called me up telling me to repurpose my life to start a campaign to their precise specifications. No, and furthermore...
No.
You're not related to that woman who called last night and told me that I had to start a campaign for the NHS because she was irate with me, are you?
That's not me, no. I haven't spoken to you before.
Oh, OK. Well, thank God for that. And let's hope that that's the way it stays.
Well, let's hope we can do something about getting this country to be a democracy.
Yeah, OK, you start and I'll give you my full support, if not my actual help. Thanks a lot, Richard. 0345 6060 973. There it is. We all adore a Kia Ora. Don't we?
No.
What's in it? Did they even make it anymore? What's that? There's a sign that says
New Zealand.
The 1970s. Are these products from the 1970s?
Yeah, I think it's in a museum.
All right. I bet there's. I bet that thing, that drink behind it is from somebody who is a secret lemonade drinker. 0345 6060 973. The stuff that we used to watch. I mean, the adverts themselves used to get millions of views for two reasons. Reason one, there was like 2 channels. And the second reason was that we didn't have a video recorder, so you couldn't fast forward through the ads. You had to sit there and watch them. And I can still sing them now. Secret lemonade drinker. My God, I haven't heard that. I haven't heard that in, let's see, 50 years.
What?
And I can still sing it. I can still see him. He was wearing striped pyjamas. Oh, what is wrong with me? I can't remember what I did last weekend. What day is it? But I can remember that advert right down to the finest detail. Oh. There's something seriously wrong with my brain. Alan tweets, was your orange juice sunny uplands delight? Yes. You know what? Never mind about bung a bob for Big Ben's bomb. Absolutely everybody in this country should get a free carton of Sunny Uplands Delight. Yeah, that's a picture of him, but he's wearing his wife's purple nightgown. Well, it might not be his wife. Sexist. It could be his. Oh, no, that's not a nightgown, is it? No, I was right. It's striped pyjamas. How about that? Yeah. Amazing. Aren't I? Sometimes I amaze myself. Yowza. Let's have... but usually I draw the curtains before I do it. Brussels. Hello, Will.
All that chocolate and all that chew. The choice for you, the reason chocolate chew.
I do not remember that. Only the
that was a classic.
Crumbliest,
20 years
flakiest chocolate.
That was chewy. It was like coffee, a light coffee thing. And it was blatantly an American ad that then
never heard
over
that
a bit of English.
Never heard
stuff.
that before.
Chocolate chew. Give it a Google.
No, I certainly will do nothing of the sort. The woman walked into a field, like a wildflower field, with a sketch pad and some water paints, and she started painting, and somebody was singing "Only the crumbliest, flakiest chocolate," and then it started raining, and then she put it down and she thought, "Oh well, never mind, my painting is ruined. I'll just enjoy some wet chocolate."
Well, due to my sojourn to Brussels, I cannot avoid, every time I go and buy expensive stuff, basics like tea bags, I always get an oversized box of cookies or whatever, like 6 in a thing, 4 or 5 blooming euros, and they don't have to fatten you up as well. I can always feel it coming on.
Yeah,
biscuits. So that's not what I rang in to call about.
Almost instantaneous. Yes. So what's life like in Brussels?
Share, right?
What is life like in Brussels, by the way?
No one around. It's a bit dank. A bit cold.
Mm-hmm.
It's just cold. It's just dank, and the shops are expensive, and they don't sell what I want them to sell. But what I thought.
Well, what do you want them to sell? What are you missing in your shops?
I'm actually missing PG Tips pyramid bags.
Oh, for crying out loud! That's ridiculous.
I know, yeah, but no, because here you could just get little keyword little boxes of 10 to 15 little individually wrapped tea bags. And they're gone in half a day.
Really? Tell me more.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Yes.
I'm doing all those things. But what I wanted to share was, I've been listening to you literally all day today on the podcast.
Oh, yeah.
And I wanted to give you 10 out of 10 for giving a conspiracy theorist Dave yesterday. You talking about his... you let him air his thoughts. And any second I wanted him to go, do you know what? Now you've mentioned that, I may relook at this. But it didn't happen, did it? He just kept coming back.
Well, I thought I'd give him. I thought I'd give him the longest time that I could between ad breaks, because ordinarily people on the air would flick someone like that away instantaneously and rubbish them and call them a moron. But there's a lot of people who don't necessarily subscribe to all of the views that he did, but that think, various things are a little bit off with the world, and it might not be quite right, and it might not be that the whole of the world is being run by 6 men in dark suits that meet in a hollowed out volcano, but the chips are stacked against most of us, and it might not be a conspiracy, it's just sort of the way things are. And it is...
I did find myself on holiday in Thailand once. Sorry to interrupt. With a mate's mate.
Are you though? Are you sorry? Are you sorry to interrupt? Though, really, honestly?
I am a bit, yeah. Yes,
but you just went ahead and did it anyway. Go ahead.
I paused and apologised, then went ahead.
Yeah.
But the thing I found with him, I was sat there listening politely over a pina colada, and I remember saying, "This is all very interesting. You're clearly quite a clever guy, but." Of all these theories, so-called theories, conspiracies, you obviously don't believe all of them. Which one do you think is the most ridiculous and blatantly is not true? And that did at least cause him to pause and think.
Right.
And I think he came back with moon landing and said, on balance, it probably was a moon landing, but JFK's done it, all the rest. Moon, maybe.
Maybe I just tuned out halfway through the conversation. I don't remember any of that. But the thing that piqued my interest was you were listening to it while drinking a pina colada. Were you listening to it in the 1970s?
No, I was on holiday with a fellow conspiracy theorist.
Right.
I didn't know that before we went. But
and did he like drinking pina colada and walking in the rain?
He did. He loved it.
Yeah. Well, who doesn't?
Essex gentleman.
Of course.
One other quick thing I wanted to share as well, right? When I was growing up listening to politics, occasionally you'd hear the idea that a government had run out of ideas. Do you remember when you used to hear that?
No.
Time for a rest. They've run out of ideas. I think between Brown and Blair was the most obvious one. I think this sort of definitely ran out of ideas. They've got Brexit done.
Well, they
They've
had
got
one
rid of all
idea.
the solid people.
Yeah, they had one idea. They came to the table with one idea, after which they were out.
That, and they were going to shrink the Commons, weren't they, for a bit?
Oh no! Well, they were going to
Down
shrink
to
the House of
600.
Lords. They were going to shrink the House of Lords. How's that going? Do you get that? He just forgot himself just for a moment there. That's the pina colada talking.
Booze.
I could do with a couple of pints of pina colada right now, as a matter of fact. I want an umbrella. No, 2 umbrellas in mine. Greenford. Hello, Paul.
Hello.
Paul.
Good evening, Nick, and good evening. Good evening. Yeah,
world.
and,
Good evening, the world.
Good evening, the world.
Yes.
Oh, hello.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I was actually a candidate in the mock election for Labour, and they televised us for Newsround in 1993. I was the Labour candidate, but I don't really vote now. It was Kinnock, I think, who lost it.
No, what was the bloke who did Newsround?
John Craven.
John Craven is the right answer, yes. That's your starter for 10?
Yeah.
So how did that go?
Yeah, I lost. I lost the election, so I was with Kinnock. We both got, the heave-ho, but...
are you saying that he was actually there in person?
No, they just filmed us in our school.
Right.
So I had to put on a suit. Yeah.
So you were pretending to be Neil Kinnock?
I was pretending to be the Labour candidate in our school. It was a kind of mock election.
Right.
But
so who won?
The Conservative candidate, Anthony Couparis.
And so it was the kids in the school who were doing the voting?
That's right.
And they voted for the Conservative candidate?
Yes.
What kind of school did you go to?
It was a grammar. I think it was a good school, but maybe not the 11 plus. But it was in. How old was I? It was in 93, so I was. Let me do the math. I was born in 74, so yeah.
Clearly not a very good school. Right, that's awful. Can you do the maths?
No.
Never mind. You were some random age. Right,
Yeah.
so why did they vote for the Conservative candidate? Did he promise them free sweets?
No, I think in one of my speeches I just said this lady, and then I started bursting out laughing in the speech, and I couldn't stop laughing.
Which lady were you talking about?
It was a lady in who was in hospital, and it was a serious subject, but I just couldn't compose myself.
Right. Well, she was a patient.
I think so, yeah. I was outlining a case where there was hospital closures.
Yeah, and that made you laugh. You awful person. No wonder you lost that election.
Yes.
You were laughing at a patient. Why was it in a hospital? Why was this?
I think the day before the person who was in charge of my campaign, Dylan Ramachandran, he tried to help me, but we didn't get much covered, But
this sounds serious. You actually had a campaign.
Yes.
Well, okay. So, what was your platform? What were you promising?
Just Labour.
Yeah, but what were you promising?
Not much. Not much got covered.
Not much. Well, I mean, am I going to vote for you if you offer me not much? Not really. You've got to come up with something.
Of course. Yeah, I mean, I've read, if this is any use, this is diverting, but I read Howard Marks' Mr. Nice. That's a true crime Bible.
What? It's like a how-to guide.
Well,
Want to score some pot?
But I'm rereading it. I've got highlighters now, so I've got to go for it. But I love true crime books. Yeah, but
yeah, okay, but that has nothing to do with what we were just talking about.
Go on, carry on. Yeah,
no, I think we've covered it. So you got drummed out of the Labour Party because you were laughing at a woman in hospital.
Yes.
Right.
It's very sad.
Well, a little bit, but it's slightly amusing, a little bit sad, and a little bit funny, a little bit country, a little bit rock and roll, like Donny and Marie.
Rock and roll!
All right, good work. Thanks a lot, Paul. 0345 6060 973. Ray in Leatherhead texts, Leatherhead, there's no such place. You're making it up. He says, Kia Ora, Sir Kia Ora to you. He says it's an orange drink often sold in cinemas. It means hello in New Zealand.
Hello?
Really? No, it doesn't, does it? Why would you have two words to say hello? Kia Ora, the 4 syllables. Well, they've got nothing else to do in New Zealand, have they? They've got nothing but time on their hands. I mean, there's nothing there but scenery. It's Maori, is that right? Kia Ora. Well, why would you call a drink hello? Well, why would you call a drink Pepsi? Doesn't mean anything, does it? Literally, be healthy. So not hello then. So that was misinformation. Liar! Be healthy. Be healthy and drink... Okay, give me the ingredients of Kia Ora. Is it actually a product still?
Yeah.
It is. It's sold in this country?
Just New Zealand now, I think.
Just New Zealand. Okay, well, we might be all right. I want the ingredients to find out what it is that you have to imbibe to be healthy. Can't wait, but I suppose I'll have to. Any time you like. All the time in the world here. Nick, did you see Channel 5's programme on Britain's favourite chocolate bars back in the autumn? God, no. Why would you want to watch that? They're just dreaming up silly ideas. They've probably got work experience people, and they stick them in an office and they say, right, you've got half an hour, you've got to come up with 50 ideas because we've got nothing. We've got just acres of empty television time and nothing to put it in. So it doesn't really matter how stupid the idea is. You've an automatic green light. Wow. So this is the drink that you must put into yourself. I bet when Donald Trump hears about this, he's going to be, totally introduce it into the body. We're going to be looking very strongly at it. Water, citrus fruit from concentrate, orange juice from concentrate, citric acid. Acidity regulator, sodium citrate, flavourings, sweeteners, aspartame. I've said that like it's French. Or is it aspartame? Sodium saccharin, stabilisers, sodium carboxymethyl cellulose. I think that's what the kids huff in car parks, isn't it? Modified starch, glycerol esters of wood rosin. What's that? What's that? Glycerol esters of wood rosins. There's wood in it. Preservatives, potassium sorbate, sodium metabisulfite, sodium benzoate, antioxidant, ascorbic acid, colour, carotenes. Doesn't that sound delicious? Of course, if they sell it in a cinema, it's too dark for you to read the ingredients. It says at the bottom here, contains a source of phenylalanine.
Oh, no.
Not phenylalanine, oh, never mind. 0345 6060 973. That sounds like the healthiest drink I've ever heard of. Worcester. Hello, Dave.
Good evening, Nick. I just happened to hear a caller who's just recently been on from one of their headquarters. Now, what you did last night, I mean, I'm not blaming you as such.
One of whose headquarters?
Brussels. To undermine the truth. It's classic.
I can't handle the truth.
Well, to undermine the truth, when people like me speak, it's a classic way is to personalise it and to make out that people like me are nuts.
What are you talking about, Dave?
Well, your kind of historical theory, the luck theory. I've come up with it today.
Oh yes,
and it's a new historical means the luck theory of life.
Well, you mean the thing that I was talking about last night?
I'll give you an example, or maybe two, quickly. Obviously, 1973 or 1974, there's Chicago University called the Chicago Boys. They come up with the neoliberal, what we call the neoliberal.
Dave, what are you talking about?
But here's the conspiracy, right?
Are you the guy from last night?
I might be conspiring, but I'm not sure. But they come up with a conspiracy to privatise all our services, right? And they first introduced it in Chile, and it was a disaster.
And this was in
Check it out, all verifiable
19
facts.
when?
73 or 74.
Well, they're not doing very well then, are they?
Well, no, because it's spread across the globe and it's still going on to this day. It's been an absolute disaster.
Yeah.
Whereby everything is put in the hands of a tiny minority of elites. These are verifiable facts. They
for
first
God's
tried
sake.
that in Chile.
What are you talking about? I mean, sir, honestly, what are you talking about? The Chicago who?
Boys.
Right, who are they?
They were voodoo economics.
Who are they?
They were disciples of a man called Hayek, an economist,
right,
who have undermined democracy and have privatised all our public services and put them in the hands of a small elite.
Right,
Now,
like the police, you mean, or the NHS?
Well, another thing people want to check out is an organisation.
But do you mean the police and the NHS, all of our public services? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Right. So
yes,
the police
the
are
judiciary,
the police
the
are
schools, the universities.
They're privately run.
They're not privately run.
You just said that.
No. So you're doing it again. Look, I know you can help it. It's part of the conditioning.
Yeah, I know.
Calm down.
I'm part of the conspiracy.
Well, I don't think you are, but probably subconsciously you're doing it, Nick. No, this is it's a bit like the Matrix. It's a bit like the Matrix. When I tell you these things, it's like, wow.
I think that you took the red pill when you should have taken the blue pill. In fact, here's a good idea. Why don't you take them both together and see what happens? Good grief. I think that is the guy from last night. Mark him as,
Warning!
Put a red X on his number. Oh, my God. Stop reading the internet. It's not doing your brain any good.
Is he crazy, or is that just the way he acts?
Oh, my God. There's an actual, real-life, honest-to-God coup attempt going on in the richest country in the world as we speak, as I speak. Well, you might be speaking as well. Stop speaking. It's incredible. First of all, he took over a clown off the telly who pretends to be a businessman for money and in real life is an absolutely abysmal businessman. In a brief 3-hour show, I couldn't list all of the business failures that have had his name on them. And that man bowled into the richest and the most powerful political party in the world and took it over in about 10 seconds. And all of those men, mostly men, lay on their backs with their feet in the air waiting for their tummy to get rubbed. And he did that, and then as an encore, he took over America for 4 years. Just the 4. Because, Americans, even the dinglings, some of them, came to their senses after 4 years. But that's not good enough for him, because he tried really, really hard to steal that election by cheating as much as you would expect Donald Trump to do, and he still failed. He just can't believe it. There's also the fact that once he leaves the White House, he's going to be up to his eyeballs in legal suits. And so now he's trying to stage a coup. Oh my God, it's actually happening right now. It's amazing. You think, you think that your reality is set in concrete, and that there is, the kind of things that are on the History Channel couldn't possibly happen here. Good grief, no. That was an aberration. That was just, a weird point in history. No such thing could ever happen now. Not here. Well, it is. At this moment. He tried to steal the election and failed, and now he's trying to steal the country. Continually going on about these big dumps of votes.
Dumps. They call them dumps. Big, massive dumps all over.
Yeah, all over. Right. I mean, initially, it was to shield himself from the lawsuits that are piling up in front of him, and to get the dinglings to send him some money. And I think it's over $200 million that these the Oshkosh Bagosh types, these clowns that dress up in their little costumes and parade around in a small selection of their gun collection, like they're in the army. All those people are convening on Washington right now because they're going to take our guns and take our jobs, and it's happening at this moment. There's a coup attempt going on in America. Oh my God! Like 2020 wasn't bad enough. It's amazing. Every single one of the enablers that are lining up behind Donald Trump should be in prison. And you know what's going to happen? None of this will come to anything, I wouldn't think. They'll just delay it for a while. And Donald Trump will continue to tweet that his fans should send him money, and those dopes will continue to do that. And he'll just pocket it, as you'd expect Donald Trump to do. So they'll just delay it for a bit. It's just absolutely staggering. But the people who are enabling this should actually go to jail. I mean, we've got one of his legal team just said that Mike Pence, because he is refusing to, even Mike Pence is refusing to go along with this. It's just a step too far, even for the nodding dog that is Mike Pence. And one of Trump's legal team said that Mike Pence should be shot for treason. That's absolutely incredible. And the reason, by the way, that they are lining up behind Trump is not so much that they're frightened of him, it's that they're frightened of the dinglings that he has hypnotized into supporting him. The Republican base, all those phonies that say that they love their guns and they love the Bible, they love Jesus, because that's what Jesus was all about: armed vigilantes, and the rich. What was it Jesus said about the rich again? They're just such phonies. It's amazing. Am I hallucinating, or is this real life? And we think, we look at America from afar and we think, they're crazy over there. Nothing like that could happen here. Oh, really? If it could happen there, it could happen here. In fact, if it happens there, it usually happens here a little while later, doesn't it? I mean, look at everything about this country. It's all American. The clothes that we wear, the food that we eat, the programs that we watch, everything is American. I mean, look at the guy, look at the bloke who's in charge.
Yeah. Wait.
Your actual real-life mini-Trump, whose policies seem to be, what would Donald Trump do? I mean, if you go back and think of every single thing that Boris Johnson has done, you could trace it to, what would Donald Trump do? I mean, look at the mess that we're in with the virus. One of the reasons that we're in this mess is because we did not have a body that would plan for a pandemic. But we used to. When Boris Johnson ascended to the top job, we actually had a government body that would plan for a pandemic. That was their job. And what did Boris Johnson do? Canned them. Coincidentally, at pretty much exactly the same time as Donald Trump canned the American version. Of course, this will feed into my good friend who called just before and was dribbling on about conspiracy theories. The more you find out, the more things do fit neatly into conspiracy theories. I mean, the more you compare and contrast what Donald Trump does and what Boris Johnson does, the more it seems as though they're being they're two puppets being directed by the same people. Whatever happens in America can happen here too. It'll just be a little more polite, but by which I mean a little more constipated.
Be polite!
A little bit more, uptight. The Americans are loud and expressive and forceful, and we'll go down the same route, but we'll just be a little more clenched and constipated about it.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Yeah, exactly. And supercilious. Did I mention supercilious? Calm me down. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Let's have a call in Bromley. Luke.
Hello, good evening.
Luke.
Nick, you almost sound like you're in tears then.
No,
okay?
No, I'm not in tears. I'm okay. I'm all fired up.
Come on, we need the happy Nick back.
I'm happy.
Okay.
You know what? I've thought about this yesterday. I had such a great time during the Christmas period, during the A to Z. I mean, it was an absolute hoot. I loved every minute of it, and I was just overwhelmed with the response, and everybody was in a great mood, despite everything, despite Christmas was cancelled, and we were looking at being locked in for the next few months, and all of the rest of the misery that was around, but everyone was having a ball, and it was a real laugh. And then yesterday I came in, and blimey, it was like the curtain had come down. Everybody was in a foul mood, and they were yelling at each other, and it was like back to normal instantly.
If I was there, I'll give you... Listen, they're taking the schools away from us, but you taught us the ABC again, so thank you for that.
Do what, sorry?
Listeners. You took us all to school with your ABC. Fantastic.
Oh, yes, right. Those shows, by the way, they were a hoot and a half, and they are available as podcasts. If you wish to be amused, and I know that there's precious little to laugh at right now, but if you want to laugh, then they are available as podcasts. We strip the ads and the news out, which makes them much quicker to listen to. And if you do an internet search on my name, Nick Abbott Podcasts, then you'll see that that's one of the 3 that I do. They were funny. I had a real laugh doing them.
They are fantastic. Listen, I've got a good solution for you and the government. Slightly tongue-in-cheek, but let's see if it works, right?
Yes.
Now, they've got a challenge with this COVID, trying to open schools because they're saying it's not safe in the classrooms. They've got a challenge opening businesses because it's not safe inside the businesses. But they are saying it's very safe outside. So why don't we take the classrooms into the field of the schools?
Right.
They can put the chairs outside. They can wear coats, and hats, and
coats.
They can write with the gloves on.
I think igloos is what they want to be sitting in. Coats. It's freezing outside.
It would be chilly, but it would be open. They can at least learn. And we're told that it's very safe. You've got a very low chance of catching COVID outside.
Well, so they say, but they also say that we should be wearing masks outside. I mean, for God's sake, how long is this going on for? I'm not completely satisfied with this year so far. How about you?
What is it? The second going into the third?
Yeah,
it's okay.
It's like meh. Yeah.
I mean, look. 2016 was a great year for you, I'm sure. Brexit and Trump, right?
Well,
2020
gave me a lot of material, that's for sure.
Yeah. Well, you must have a lot of material with Bush as well, didn't you?
George Bush? Well, not really.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, well, a little bit.
All those Bushisms, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
But, no, listen, take the schools into the field.
Yeah, they're definitely not going to do that. You can't concentrate when you're freezing your bottom off, can you?
Well, yeah,
No.
but otherwise they're going to keep us all at home. I mean, I work from home anyway. So I'm going to have to look after my children.
Yeah, but it's very, very different when you're a child working at home. When you're in school, then you're there. It's like going to the gym. I can't, as I keep saying, I can't work out at home. I just can't do it because there's too many distractions. When you're in the gym, there's no distractions. You've gone there, you got in the car, and you've gone, 100 yards down the road, and you park in the car park, and you get out, and then you go on a walking machine. That's how ridiculous it is. But once you're there, you do your thing. You do physical jerks. But if you try and do it at home, I just can't do it because there's always something else to do, like make a cup of tea or watch television or stare out the window or just not do it. Same with the kids in school. I mean, how easy is it to get your kids to learn at home?
They're pretty well disciplined, to be honest. My wife is
disciplined.
Quite a disciplined.
Right.
Yes. They do what they're told, and they're really good, and they're very, very intelligent children, so we're okay.
Well, aren't you the lucky one? I'm sure that's not most people's experience.
Well, you bring them up right at home, and then they're okay at school, and vice versa, to be honest. I think too many people send their children to school to learn how to behave. And that's
there is some truth in that, yeah. But the other side of it is, of course, that the government promised that they were going to dole out hundreds of thousands of laptops. Oh, don't worry about a thing, they say. Every single school will get all of the laptops that they need. And did they?
No.
Of course they didn't. How many times have you read of schools that said, the government promised 500 laptops, and they delivered 5? Not 500. 5. Well, what the hell are they supposed to do with that? And here we go back to a conspiracy theory again. It's almost like, I mean, the algorithm that favoured kids that went to private school. Who could have predicted that under a Conservative administration? But like middle-class children who are well off can, of course, provide their kids with electronic devices. I mean, kids are up to their eyeballs in electronic devices. They've got iPads and iPhones and every other eye that's ever been invented. So they're all right, Jack. But it's the kids who can't afford... I mean, if you can't afford to eat and are going to a food bank, then you can't afford £1,000 for a laptop, can you? And so those are the people that are already behind that are going to be left even further behind. You know, almost like it's a plan. I don't want to be an ascriber to conspiracy theories, but it's becoming more and more difficult by the day.
Hello, number please. Trying to connect you. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Yeah, sorry to keep you waiting. I'll connect you in just one moment. Sedley texts, Nick, more to the point, where is the unctuous Nadeem Zahawi, Minister for Rolling Out the Vaccine, also on the missing list, along with Bozo and everybody else that's supposed to be in charge here? All gone on holiday, I expect. Well, they certainly do deserve it, don't they?
No.
Nadeem Zahawi. Excellent word, unctuous, by the way. Top marks for unctuous. He's the Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State for COVID-19 vaccine deployment. How's that going, by the way?
Fabulous.
Chris in Catford says, Nick, your producer is making it up as he goes along. Kia Ora is still on sale in this country. Asda sells it. Other supermarkets may also flog it. Right, so Asda sells it and the other ones flog it. I had no idea. Seems a bizarre thing to do, but whatever. Cannock, Michael.
Hello, Nick.
Michael.
Yes, Kia ora. I'll tell you a little story about that. You used to buy it in the cinema years ago.
Yeah.
When they had usherettes and you had the light come down on them and you go up and get your ice cream. You get your Kia ora.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'd go back, the mates and me, and we'd sit in their balcony and we'd take the straw and we'd get the sleeve off it and we'd put the sleeve back on the end of the straw and blow it.
Blow it.
And it used to float around and then the projector would pick it up and there'd be this 3 foot bar going across the screen. And when that one finished, somebody else would blow one.
Right. You pesky film, really. Kids.
Huh?
Yes.
Oh, another little trick we used to do. One used to go in, and then we'd open the doors down the bottom and let about 40 in, all for free.
Right.
I should know up to these tricks, really.
Yeah, you should be in jail, mate. Starting a life of crime early. Awful.
Still after
all right, well, thanks for your confession, Michael. Please present yourself to the nearest officer of the constabulary. Chris in Catford said, oh, no, I read that. Stephen says, there are bigger nutcases in the Republican Party than Trump. That's the reason that these enablers are lining up behind him, is because their seats will be up within a couple of years too. They will be asking the American people for their vote, and for some bizarre reason, I mean, Donald Trump seems to have put the voodoo hex on half of the country. The one particular half of the country that is defined by a certain characteristic.
I love the poorly educated.
The poorly educated absolutely love him. The poorly educated and the hypocritical religious phonies, those people who just spew hatred all the time and then duck in behind the wall of Jesus. You know, like they wouldn't be on a God's to smite list. That's the reason why they're desperately trying not to upset Donald Trump. It's not him particularly, it's his fans, of whom there are an enormous amount, bizarrely. I mean, it's just so weird. You couldn't pick them out of a lineup, the people that can take over a country. I mean, Donald Trump is just a joke. He's an orange bloke with a like a Mobius strip hair don't, who has been a joke in America for ages. He's the clown off the telly, the bloke who pretends to be a businessman. I mean, if you'd predicted 4 years ago that he would be the president, people would have laughed at you. You could say the same for all dictators. I mean, just try to picture dictators or wannabe dictators. They all look like clowns, buffoons, don't they? I mean, they're all utterly ridiculous. Okay, Stalin wasn't particularly funny, but you take him out of the equation, and you just concentrate on what the rest of them looked like and how they acted. But they're all preposterous, and yet they just slid in and took over. God, it's absolutely incredible what's happening right now, and I'd like to get through January in one piece. You know, if we can get through January without World War III breaking out,
I'll bring us into war.
Then at least that will be some kind of positive. I expect that we'll get through January just by the skin of our teeth, and then the entire country will be locked in for the entirety of February, with the promise that we can all come out in by spring. Well, it used to be Easter, didn't it? No, it used to be February, and then it was Easter, and then it will be spring at some point, and pretty soon it will be summer. Don't worry, Boris is on the case. We'll all be let out in summer. Everything is under control. But if we can just get through January and expect to be locked in for the entirety of February, then we might emerge from our bunkers in March. And if the world hasn't blown up by then, well, I think that we'll call that a win. There you are, that's me being positive. Helen texts, Jesus said it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter heaven. What do you think about that, Smee?
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Will texts, kids know all about remote working. They've seen how our leaders handle it. If the going gets tough, the mute button is mysteriously activated or the internet goes down. Yeah, or they just go.
Here we go. Okay.
Yeah, or on a glamping holiday or, wherever. Where is he? Still not missing you, Boris. Take another week off. We can handle it. We'll take it from here. Relax, put your feet up, smoke a cigar. You deserve it. Oh, you were doing that? Helen texts, this is the first day since the start of COVID that I felt depressed. Oh, are you depressed, Helen?
Stop whining.
Not because of the virus, but because of the balls up with the vaccine in the schools. The government is like having one of those bad dads that misses birthdays despite promising every year to remember. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. They look permanently perplexed, surprised about everything.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Like, what? They didn't look ahead in their diary and are amazed that there's a whole new year now. Who saw that coming? And now they're adopting Tony Blair's ideas without actually giving him any credit or mentioning him in any way, shape or form. Tony Blair said a couple of weeks ago that you should stop trying to vaccinate people twice and just get in there and vaccinate everybody once. And that would be a good idea, perhaps, if we were in a state of utter, complete and total desperation. But why are we? I mean, for crying out loud, this has been going on since February. And everything hits them as though it's a stunning surprise. Oh, we've got a vaccine. Oh, right. Yeah, we need people to give out the vaccine. Oh, God. What are we going to do now? The army? Yes, we'll shoot them. There's no planning. Is there a strategy?
There's no strategy. I have no strategy. There's zero strategy.
There's zero strategy.
What the hell is going on?
I couldn't have put it better myself, Donny. So far, this year is...
Dumps. They call them dumps. Big, massive dumps. All
over. Yeah, I know. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. What do you think, Kanye?
Whoop-dee-dee-scoop poop.
I couldn't have put it better myself. How about you, Melania?
I don't care.
She's not that bothered. Brian in Gloucester says that The Simpsons, Series 11, Episode 17, March 2000, predicted Trump as president. Yeah, well, it was a joke, though. Like I said, he was a joke. It was supposed to be funny. You know, I can't remember which series or episode it was, but they also, The Simpsons said that eating chili would give you a psychedelic trip.
Groovy.
Lucy in the Sky with The Simpsons.
Yowza.
Helen says, this is the first day... Oh, no, I read that. Are you still upset, Helen?
Stop whining.
Let's have Eastbourne. Robert.
Hi there.
Hello there.
Just agreeing with... Hi there. Sorry.
Hello there.
Happy New Year as well.
Yes, Happy New Year.
It's basically just agreeing about... I can't believe the stupidity of people still believing Boris Johnson's done a fantastic job. It's the same people that think Donald Trump's fantastic and, as you say, sending him money...
It's the triumph of hope over evidence and expectation. No, not expectation, evidence. The triumph of hope over evidence.
I believe there's just been a serious case of people with short-term memory. People seem to forget Boris Johnson's a person that spent £900,000 on painting up his plane. A plane that couldn't go anywhere due to COVID. He was doing this in a pandemic.
Well, I refer you back to the comments I gave some moments ago. What would Donald Trump do? The exact same thing.
The exact same thing. The amount of money wasted on PPE and that stupid track and trace system. All this
I think
money
we're up to about 20... Are we not up to about £21 billion on track and trace?
Contact tracing, tracing.
I think it is something like £21 billion. How is that even possible?
I think they we want this app to work as well as one of Boris Johnson's sentences. Oh, we made a mistake. The man can't even string a sentence together. Never mind lead the country.
But that's his act. That's his act, though. He's been perfecting that act his entire life. He's not actually that disorganised. It's an act which he's been using since he was a school child to get away with it. And it's always worked, and it continues to work now. It's just like he's perfected his hair. That's not an accident. He ruffles it before he goes on camera. Before he leaves the building, he makes sure his hair is disorganised. He organises its disorganised nature. That's not random. It's deliberate. It's because and you look at pictures of him in school, and he's got the exact same haircut. Who has the same haircut when they're 55 as they had when they were 15? Who? Thanks a lot, Robert. 0345 6060 973. Yes, like I said at the beginning, that I think that eventually, even his most vociferous fans, even those people who are pinning their hopes on him actually coming through with, all of those fantastical promises that he gave us from the big red bus, I think that people are going to tire of that act, because, I mean, if your child's teacher showed up looking like that, you'd think, well, maybe he should smarten himself up a bit. I mean, you've got a proper job now. You're not a tramp. You don't sleep in a skip. But he is continuing with that act as the Prime Minister of a country in a pandemic, for crying out loud. God, even at the cenotaph, he still refused to comb his hair because his image is that important to him. There wasn't a single bloke within a mile of the cenotaph who had not combed their hair before they left the house. But his image is so important to him that he refused to do it. Didn't even occur to him. Oh, it probably occurred to him, and he thought, no, because then people will expect it of me. People will think, oh, well, you can do it, so you're not as disorganised as you're making out. It's that, there's nothing evil about me. I'm a cuddly teddy bear act, which has been doing since school, which has allowed him to continue to get away with it. And I think that the country, I'm amazed that we haven't... Well, you know what? We have. There's the evidence right here. I started the show with it. The polls. 22,000 people surveyed in a constituency-by-constituency poll, and that Tory grip on the red wall seats vanished. It's over. Of course, we're stuck with it now because, it's the law. We've got to sit here and take it for another 4 years. Thank you, sir. May I have another? But the 80-seat majority disappeared. I think we're sick of it already. It's a tiresome act. I mean, we elected a good time Charlie because we thought that we were in for good times. I know that half the country thinks that Brexit is going to bring on the good times. And okay, I'm not going to go down that argument again. I can't be bothered. 4 years of it. But okay, sure, why not? It was a change. Changes can sometimes bring good times. And then this virus came along, but he didn't change his act. He was still like, all that routine, still doing it. Trying to get laughs and sympathy. Oh, God, it's painful. Alas. Marina Hyde distilled my thoughts in this on this issue in The Guardian today. It's online. It's an excellent column. She, in her considered way, puts it way better than I have. I mean, I sort of blather on, and I've been saying this kind of thing for ages now. But when you're doing a live show and just talking off the top of your head, unless you're James O'Brien, I can't distill my thoughts accurately and precisely and cogently. But she could. You sit there and you write it out, and then you write it again, and you edit it, and all the rest of it, and it comes out to perfection. And she pretty much did an accurate précis of my every thought on this matter. Read it. I recommend it. This says, the whole of the morning shift have COVID symptoms at a fast food chain, all now isolating and then quarantining, equaling 4 weeks off provisionally. Shall we now listen to doctors who want a much stricter lockdown? Huh? The whole of the morning shift have COVID symptoms at a fast food chain, all now isolating and then quarantining, equaling 4 weeks off provisionally. Shall we now listen to doctors who want a much stricter lockdown? I don't really... right. Are you saying that we should have a much stricter lockdown? Well, it doesn't get much stricter than this, does it? Everything's shut. I mean, I know most of us are in Tier 4 right now, and we're going into Tier 5, whatever that means. They'll just be inventing tiers now for now to the end of time. I mean, Tier 5 will all go into that, which means I've got no idea, something about bubbles. It'll be back to like it was last spring, except we won't have that fantastic weather, which I suppose will make it a little bit better. I mean, who doesn't want to stay in February anyway? They might just get lucky with the nation's mood, because it'll be blooming awful outside and we'll want to stay in anyway. But, oh my God, it does feel like being held hostage, doesn't it? And now they're doing the opposite of what every medical official on earth always tells their patients to do. Read the instructions on the medicine and follow it precisely. They've completely torn up that tightly folded piece of paper that comes with your medicines. How do they fold it that tightly, by the way? The medicine, the piece of paper that comes with the medicine that you're taking, which, when you read the possible consequences of taking that medicine, make you not want to take the medicine. Your heart may explode out of your chest and your eyeballs will ping out their sockets and splat on the wall that you're looking at. And all your innards will leak out through your bottom and your head will fall off. Please complete the course. And now they're saying, the experts that actually made the vaccine, they said you need 2 doses. Well, we, the government, know better. Boris has declared that you should only take 1.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Oh, my God. It's like being chained to a radiator with in the basement of some madman's house. Somebody give me a saw. I can't take it anymore.
Hi, Nick. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year. Yes.
Happier New Year. You'll have to change this
saying the
Yeah, you
greeting
do.
now. You have to
Yes.
say Happy New Year.
New Year.
New
Correct.
Year. Absolutely. Now, Donald Trump. Why do you think he wants to give $2,000 per person to his, not only his, but everybody in the States?
To his dingaling.
He wants some of that money back in donations.
Well, I hadn't thought about that, but yeah, I bet that's occurred to him. Yeah.
Even if these rednecks or those people, as you put it, give him, say, I don't know, out of the $1,400 extra dollars, they give him $100, say, and there's 20 million of these guys. If 74 million actually voted for him, just on the law of averages, maybe 20 million would actually give him money.
Yeah.
If they gave him $100, so 20, how much is that?
Well, $100 is a lot. Let's say if every single one of them gave him $1, that's about $90 million he made just there.
There you go, straight away, no issues. You know, I mean, he's giving.
But of course, he's just trying to ingratiate himself with with his yeehaws, and to make him seem better by comparison. But ironically, it's the Republicans, his own party, that are refusing it because, of course, the moment they are looking at being in opposition, they become fiscally conservative. I mean, when they're actually in power, they're spraying money all over their mates like the central bank is hooked up to a garden hose.
And is that what the Conservative Party here is going to do? The Tories here
going to do
the same thing.
Going to do.
Oh goodness. So there's your conspiracy theory for to add to the other conspiracies, isn't it?
Well, so the more you look at it, it does seem like a toxic combination of luck and conspiracy. I mean, there does seem to be a bizarrely large amount of money that has gone to a suspiciously close-knit family of friends and relatives.
Yes, and he's pardoning himself. I beg your pardon. He's pardoning himself, and he's pardoning all his family and all his friends.
He's specifically pardoning the people who could actually be legal trouble for him in the future. That's who he's pardoning.
This is like Gotham City in Batman.
Yeah. This town needs an enema. All right, thanks a lot, Sebastian. 0345 6060 973. This anonymous text says, I'm sure it's not deliberately anonymous, but just didn't append their name to it. Bojo's hair, is he going bald and is he trying to hide it? Yes. Well, that is partly it, yes. I mean, there's nothing wrong about going bald. What can you do about that? You can't do anything. But I refer you to the statement I gave moments ago. What would Donald Trump do? Well, we know what he does. He must have teams of people. I wonder how many people it takes to actually get that hair together every day. I mean, can you imagine how complicated it is? Can you imagine how much spray and gel is involved? I mean, he definitely doesn't do it himself. How could you? I mean, is it be impossible to do that yourself? And it must be the work of more than one person, because otherwise he wouldn't be emerging from his chamber before like 3 p.m. I mean, how early would you have to get up to get that done? Just in order to try to disguise the fact that you're thin on the top. And then he has somebody come in and spray his face like they're respraying a car with that colour, whatever that is. This is what I mean about dictator types being so utterly ridiculous. They're all preposterous. I mean, I'm not comparing him to Hitler, but Hitler was just this pathetic, weedy, camp little bloke. I mean, remember how he used to salute? It's like, oh, whoops-a-daisy. They're all like that. None of them look like they could punch their way out of a bag, and yet they seem to just have that charisma, just have that certain something that makes it possible for them to walk in and just take over with a certain type of people.
I love the poorly educated.
Always them. Gillian Mosley says, always listen to you and text, but you never read it out. Well, that's true. I'm boring, says Jill. Steve Allen doesn't think so. Huh. Who keeps leaving sweets all about the place? I mean, there's like Santa's sacks of sweets. Is it him?
Steve Allen.
Oh, my God. Steve, will you stop leaving sweets about the place? It's like he drags in the entirety of Woolworth's pick and mix with him. Does he eat anything other than sweets? I mean, is that his entire food intake, is sweets? He's diabetic, so he can't. Huh?
He doesn't eat the sweets, he just brings them in for other people.
That's a outright lie. You are a...
Liar!
I've never seen somebody with so many sweets in my life. He's the candy man. Candy man can... Everybody sing! But I did enjoy a couple of them, so appreciate it. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
Guildford, hello, Peter.
Hello, Nick. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
The right wing seem to have had a grip on this country for about 40 years in one way or another.
Yes.
And they've shown division and hatred. And even at a time of COVID, when we should all be united together in fighting this awful disease, you still got people bickering with each other even over that. And, you know, we've got this time where people are suffering, really suffering. And we should be thinking about having a reset button, you know, where we look at things and say...
A reset? Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Warning! Don't say reset, because that'll get the conspiracy theorists' ears to prick up.
Where we say, we've been all through this, now we're not going to put up with poverty. We're not going to put up with homelessness.
Yeah,
we're
dreaming. You
sure...
are dreaming, Peter, because that would involve people paying more tax.
Well,
It will always come down to this. They call it socialism. The country votes for people who are a reflection of it. We are a right-wing country.
You're right. That is true. That's what I was going to say. The trouble is the right wing have got a grip on this country. And I think we had it with Corbyn. You had a left-wing, leader and so on. And they tried to offer a socialist alternative. What amazes me with these people that voted Tory, and now they're saying they don't like the Tories, they voted for them knowing that they had 10 years of austerity, food banks, cuts, nursing shortages,
yes, all of that, and they thought, or they read from the pages of the billionaire offshore press barons' newspapers that Jeremy Corbyn was going to foist socialism on this country, and you don't want that, do you? And people thought, no, you're absolutely right. Without thinking about it for a second, that socialism has actually brought you the police and the fire service and the nurses and the doctors and the hospitals and the roads and the street lights and everything else that we rely on.
Well, we have a national health service and a welfare state because of a government in 1945 that wasn't afraid to call itself socialist.
Yeah, but it's a toxic word. People don't like it for the reason that they think socialism equals higher taxes. Now, I get tired of saying this, but it's... Are you all right, Peter?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Do you have a persistent cough?
No, I'm all right.
All right, then.
I'm clear.
Okay, then. But, the happiest countries in the world, I know it seems like an ephemeral and superficial thing to talk about, but happiness, I mean, what is life about if it is not at least the pursuit of happiness? I mean, our lives are better when we are happier, yes? So you would think that to be a country that is happier would be a good thing to aspire to be. Which are the happiest countries in the world? They're the ones which, coincidentally, also tax their citizens the most. Overall, by and large. Which are the least happy countries in the world? The ones that coincidentally tax their citizens the least. Now, we're about in the middle there, somewhere, more or less. But people get it in their mind that if you take £1 from me and you spend it on whatever, doesn't matter, if they get stuck on the take £1 from me part. And that freaks them out. And what they do with that £1, that could have been taken from every person in the land and spent on things that we care about. Libraries and hospitals and nurses and, all the stuff that we actually whine about on a regular basis that there aren't enough of. If you took £1 from everybody in the country and the government put it in a box and collated it all and spent it on the thing that people want, then that would equal happiness. But people don't go to that part. They just stick at the part that you took £1 off me. As though if you go into a store and you hand £1 over the counter, and they give you a coffee, you don't just stop with the I don't have £1 anymore. You conclude the exchange and I've got a coffee now. That makes me happier. It's the same with this notion of socialism. They think, well, you've just taken some of my money. Yes, but we've pooled it and bought something that will make you happier than whatever you would have done with the £1. But you just can't tell people that because they stick on you've just taken £1 from me, not what you get back from it, because it's socialism and it's like the boogie man is just nicking my cash. And so we're stuck with this forever. Did Jose Mourinho just say that they give players education? Really? It's not sticking? Oh, yeah, well, it's all credit to the manager and the fans and the lads, and it's all credit to the lads and the fans done great, and the lads done great, and it's all credit to them, the fans and the lads and the manager. This says, but even more curious is why Boris's hair is so blonde. Does he dye it? Well, no, unless his entire family buys that colour in bulk. They've all got that hair colour. And James says, imagine if Priti Patel was MP, was PM. Yeah, imagining she's MP is bad enough. PM? Isle of Wight. Margaret.
Hello, Nick.
Margaret.
Happy New Year.
Happy
Thank
New
you for
Year.
a wonderful A to Z. It was just brilliant.
It was a right laugh. Yeah. Let me just one sec. Let me just say, if you missed any part of it,
I'm very surprised.
Not remotely interested in anything I've got to say. Can't hear what I'm saying.
None of the Brexiteers, as they call themselves, have run up to say how wonderful it is. We've got our fishing rights back. We've got this, that, and the other. They're very silent tonight.
You
Can
think?
you explain?
I haven't really been talking about fish. There's nothing to really talk about yet because nothing's really happened yet. I mean, they were crowing yesterday that a lorry went through on what would probably be the first or at least second quietest day for cross-channel traffic in the entire year, and they were saying, "Ha! You see, all those warnings of delays were false." Yeah. I mean, it just seems so desperate for a continued win, as though they're trying to convince themselves, actually.
Yeah, and they have no comments to make on the fact that all our fruit and vegetables are going to rot on the soil.
Well, it was interesting. We had the picker mix for the summer, or whatever that plan was. We were going to replace all of those awful foreign people who came over here and did the jobs that we don't want to do. We were going to replace them with our own citizens who were going to bend over in a field all day for threepence halfpenny. And did they?
No.
I think 50,000 people. 50,000. It's not the muscles. They don't want to do that kind of work for that kind of money.
Well, they didn't have the muscles or the skills.
Yeah, I don't think it's the skills. I think it's the effort required.
Well, that's both.
We're too well off. We're too comfortably well off. We need people from poorer countries. It's just true. We need people from poorer countries who would be enticed by the kind of dismal money that we pay here that won't really go very far if you live here. We need them to come over here because it's big money to them in their economy. They send back £8 a day and it'll get you, I don't know, a donkey and a cart. I've got no idea. But it goes a lot further where they live than it does here. And so they live in dismal circumstances and get paid practically nothing at all. to do the jobs that we don't want to do. And if we did them, then we would insist on being paid more. And the consequence of that would be that the things in the shops, the prices in the shops would go up. And then you'd start complaining. But I think 50,000 people, something of that order, got excited about the prospect of digging for Britain, you know. Like we're back in World War II. They thought, oh yes, I've seen that. I've seen the posters. Hurrah for Britain. I'm going to stand in a field and yank tubers out the ground. No problem at all. 50,000 people answered that advert. And I think it was about 114 actually showed up for work. Yeah, so it will wither on the vine, the fruits and the vegetables this summer, unless we get somebody to come over here and do it for us. Yeah, what's life like in the Isle of Wight at the moment, Margaret?
Sorry?
What's life like on your island right now?
Well, it's very COVID-free, really.
Is it?
Yes. It's much lower than most other places, but it is going up now.
Yes.
I noticed the tier level has gone up to 3, and we have more deaths, which is sad. But we're still better than most of the rest of the UK.
Right. I think your tier went up to 4 this week.
Yes.
So do you know the difference between tier 3 and tier 4?
I have no idea. I take no notice. I take no notice of the tiers.
Right.
I keep myself to myself.
Yes.
My neighbours speak to me from long distances, and I go out and shop very quietly and with great care.
Yeah. Well, good for you, Margaret. Keep on keeping on. Cheers, my dear. Let's take a call in Southampton. Simon.
Nick, how are you doing?
Good,
Happy New
thanks.
Year to you.
Happy New Year.
Right, 2 things before I make my point. First of all, I don't know whether your call handler pointed out to you, but the guy on the R. White's Lemonade advert, that's actually Elvis Costello's dad. Rock and roll!
Yes.
That's the first thing. Second thing is, thank you very much because you made me cry last night.
Oh.
When you pointed out about the hospital beds per capita, I actually went and looked it up, and I'm starting to tear up again now just saying it. I cannot believe that this country. I just. And then you get people like Brian phone up talking complete rubbish, and then you've got statistics like that behind the crap that he's coming out with.
Well, it just amazes me that the people's number one issue at an election is always, I mean, and apart from the last one, of course, because everyone was obsessed with Brexit, one issue obsessives, but usually it's the NHS is at the tip-toppermost. But we keep voting for a party that has shown themselves over and over again to be a party in whose hands the NHS is not safe.
It's
amazing, really.
I'm speechless.
We keep doing the same thing over and over again, except expecting a different result.
Yep, and if it happens again, I mean, especially now that everybody's lives are in danger.
It will happen again. I mean, isn't it something? Wait a minute. Isn't it something of the order of 30 of the last 40 years? I should look this up, but I think it's 30 of the last 40 years have been in a Conservative administration, and the 10 that were Labour were led by a man who is accused of being a Conservative.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is the reason I picked up the phone, right? Is because your points on socialism, right, and being a dirty word. Now, the points you made, I think, are quite valid, but I think it's a little bit more than that. I think that just like Brexit, and nobody, unless they bother to actually go and look, nobody actually knows the facts, and they need for it to happen to find out.
Right. Well, I really don't want to go down that lane again because I've been having that conversation for 4 years and I just can't stand it anymore.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about Brexit, but what I'm saying is just like that, okay? It's just an example of what people are like. Socialism, I think people, when they hear that word socialism, they automatically assume that you're talking about communism.
Yes, exactly.
And that's a completely different thing.
Yeah,
and
they think that we're all going to be living in poverty and surviving on turnips.
Yeah. And everything will be owned by the state, and they will tell you how much you can get paid. Right. You know, it's ridiculous. But again, until people actually stop listening to bad people, or actually take time out to go and. I mean, look at how Trump did so well in the election.
Amazing.
Because the Republicans' line is he's going to force socialism on you.
Well, in America, it's a really, really dirty word, of course, because they had that whole thing with Russia for decades on end, which still, the Reds under the bed and all of that still persists over there.
Well, I mean, they're just crazy, especially when it comes to things like healthcare.
Well, absolutely. Yes, they are crazy, because they will actually vote for a politician who is determined to take their healthcare away. Imagine the stupidity of that. Yeah. You are sick in America, and people, if they can afford the medicine that their doctor prescribes for them, they're cutting their pills in half because they can't afford to take the whole pill. They're mortgaging their house to get an injection. It's incredible what's happening in America with healthcare, and yet they keep voting for the party that wants to take it away from them.
Do you know one of the weirdest things that I've discovered, right, in the last couple of years? Well, I've been watching a lot of CNN, right? I've got it on now, as a matter of fact, in the background. Not for sound, obviously, I've got you for sound. But when it comes to commercial breaks, because the actual feed that I'm watching is American, they have adverts for drugs, for conditions that we would go to a doctor. We would say, right, we got this wrong with us. He'd have a look, give us a little green bit of paper with a foreign language on it. We'd go and cash it in and take it. We wouldn't question, right?
Or more likely, he'd give us a clip around the ear and tell us to stop wasting his time.
Well, yeah, there is that. But you've got adverts. The majority of commercial breaks on American television are taken up with adverts for things like cancer drugs. And
it's worse than that. They're things for just sort of vague conditions that aren't actually a medical problem. They're things like, do you wake up in the morning and feel a bit meh? Well, you should ask your doctor if you're suitable for Regenera.
Yeah. But it's better than that, Nick, right? Because the thing that astounds me is take a typical advert like that, right? Filmed in a sunset on a beach, somebody walking hand in hand with their beloved or their kids playing in the sand. Mm-hmm. Then you've got about a third of the advert that tells you what the thing is, but then 2/3 of it basically tells you that if you take this drug, you're going to die. This is how you're going to die, because if you suffer from blah 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 blah, and well,
that's the same. That's the same as all drugs. That little tightly folded piece of paper that comes with your drugs, that's like some sort of test of origami. It doesn't matter what drug it is, whatever. It doesn't really matter what it is or what it's for. The conditions that it may cause are up to and including death. But they're so litigious over there that they have to spend over half the advert telling you what could possibly go wrong. Yeah. You know, we can make you better if you've got this and this. We can take that away, but just don't expect it to actually work. Yeah,
I'm crazy.
Yes, the old bag is right. This text says, you think socialism brought the police, the army, the roads? I don't think so. Back to your history books, says that superior messenger. You misunderstand entirely. I'm not saying that socialism invented the police, the army and the roads. I'm saying that it's the concept of socialism where you give your money to a central government who pools the resources and then buys the things that benefit the many. That's what I'm talking about. Unless you actually want private police and a private army and private roads. Those are your choices. Or, for instance, a private water company, private railways, and private jails. But people hear that, and the offshore billionaire press barons will start yelling about socialism because they don't want to pay tax. And so they put it in people's minds that it's about stealing your money and making you poor and making you turning everybody into a farmer. But it's not. I mean, I'm not talking about actual Russian socialism. I mean the idea that by taxing people more, pooling the resources, and buying things that actually benefit most people, the things that people have always say that they want. That makes a happier population. Verifiably so. Always at the top of the list of the happiest countries in the world. It doesn't matter what year you do it, they're always the same. Denmark, Sweden, Finland. Always at the top. Always. All tax their citizens, have a history of taxing their citizens more than Qatar and Saudi Arabia, which are always right at the bottom. And they tax their citizens 0. And we're about in the middle, there or thereabouts. And the things, apart from lately, because everybody's been a single issue obsessive about Brexit, or half the country has, they always cite the same things as the ones that are most important to them. All of these things that are provided for by the state. That's what I'm talking about. The NHS, the police, schools, all of these things. Now, you can have private schools, but if that's all you've got, then only the rich will be able to afford the best school. Well, I guess that's what we've got now. I mean, it is actually what we've got with all of these things. But at least there is an alternative that is affordable because everybody chips in. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, I thought that was obvious, but I guess you really were desperate to feel superior. How's that going, by the way? Lewis texts, what do you think Uncle Nige would say if we suggested having another referendum to join the EU? Well, now you're just playing me like a xylophone, aren't you?
We should have a second referendum.
This says, I live in Kent, and when you drive out to where the apple farms are, and there is field after field with apples rotting on trees, it's a terrible waste. Spelt W-A-I-S-T-E. I'm just saying. That's probably not the most important part of that message, but it just jumped right out at me. Fife. Hello, Andy.
Hi, Nick. I'm not just saying this, but this what you were saying there is just absolutely obvious, blindingly obvious to me. You're just stating the obvious, really, and I don't mind saying I'm a socialist myself, but anyway, I've not really fond of about socialism, but everything you're saying is spot on. First of all, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
And just before I go on to what I was going to talk about with, with Trump and other things, I was just wondering, is the A to Z, it was absolutely brilliant, by the way, I loved it, I put some contributions, and I'm actually a visually impaired person. Will it be actually on the internet, the actual book? Because I know you said it's going to come out in a paper.
Yeah, it will be an e-book for people that like trees and a paperback for people that hate trees. Yes.
Well, that suits me, the e-book, because I'll be able to read it, Nick, with a screen reader, so thank you for that.
Okay, well, thank you. I will try and get that out this week, by the way, because the longer you leave it, the less relevant it becomes. So I've got a really busy week. I'm actually moving house this week, so I'll be up to my eyeballs in misery. A team of people are going to come over and break all of my stuff. So I'll be, I'll have that, but I will try and get it out this week.
That's fine. That's good, and I really will look forward to it. Just the second thing, very quickly, because I know people ramble, and I'm not going to ramble on your show, but just about Donald Trump, I think it's just smacks of desperateness now with these senators that are trying to keep him, trying to block Joe Biden getting in. I just think I think the guy still thinks he's on a TV soap drama or something.
They can't possibly think that they're going to get away with this. I think it's just hooking in the people to keep them sending money. I think that's what this is all about.
Absolutely. I mean, I just think, there's days to go before Biden gets in now, and it's just, he smacks of, I hope they're not going to have to drag him kicking and screaming from the White House,
I hope they do. I would pay money to see that. They should put that on pay-per-view. I would definitely like to see that.
That'd be fun. Right. That'd be fantastic. And just the final thing, yes. Nick, you're talking about, which is very interesting, you're absolutely right about, you have right-wing, successive right-wing governments. What do you think about this perspective that we have in Scotland? Would you say that in Scotland a lot of people don't really vote for right-wing governments. I mean, particularly, you see the opposites of, we've had an SNP, people voted for SNP in the general election in Scotland, and then the Conservatives in England, where SNP sort of centre to left.
Yes.
And, so what I'm saying is perhaps there's a different dynamic in Scotland. I know that there's independence, a debate about that. We'll maybe not get into that, but...
Yeah, that's part of it, isn't it? It's sort of all mixed up in that, and there's... there's a sense of national pride in Scotland, which is there's the same in every country, but there's an identifiable Scottish party that you can rally behind, whereas there's no real English party as such.
It's progressive, though, and I would say that it has a lot more. It's more to the left than. And I'm saying that if we, I'm not saying
that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying that whether you believe in independence for Scotland or not. But if Scotland got independence, I think it would be a lot more progressive. They certainly want to join the EU again, and they want to bring in a lot more sort of left wing kind of. So that's why a lot of people in Scotland want to do that now. They want to get away from the sort of right wing Tory governments of England and have our own future.
Well, I mean, if you are a student, would you prefer to study in Scotland, where where your tuition is gifted to you, or would you prefer to be in England, where it costs $9,000 a year?
Yeah, and there's lots of things. We get free prescriptions up in Scotland. I don't know if you're English, if people know that, the English people who are listening. In England, we have free prescriptions in Scotland, and we have our health, social care for people who have people coming in, carers. That's free in Scotland. There's a lot of very progressive things, and like I say, the one thing that you agree with is that if we do get independence in Scotland, we want to join the EU again. We want to go back into the
Well, if you get independence for Scotland, of course, then England is going to be short of fish.
We'll have it all up there, Nick.
Exactly. I mean, all the good fish that we like, all that tasteless cod and haddock, that doesn't swim so much around the just off the English shore. All that's good Scottish fish. Thanks a lot, Andy. 0345 6060 973. Daisy says the number 10, the 10 Labour years brought in uncontrolled immigration. Oh God, here we go. Uncontrolled immigration, devolution, an illegal war, and the terrorism that ensued, and the billions wasted on private health contracts for which we are still paying, the sale of our gold reserves, etc. That's why no one wants a Labour government. For balance, do read this out. Yeah, and for balance, the Conservatives are completely innocent in every regard. 21. I refer you to the most recent example that I can come up with is £21 billion for a test and trace system that doesn't work. So I take everything that you just said and I trump you that.
Oh, hello.
Philip texts, the reason we keep voting Tory is because Labour chooses to make itself unelectable by putting a hard left Marxist in charge. Corbyn, in brackets, and a bunch of loony lefties. Politics is an ugly baby contest, and Corbyn's ideas were particularly hideous, hence the Tory victory. Was Corbyn a double agent for the Tories? Now, there's a conspiracy theory for you. Well, it is, yeah. Corbyn's ideas were particularly hideous. Well, let's examine that for a moment, shall we? Which of his ideas were particularly hideous? Because as far as I can recall, the manifesto was chock full of things that people actually liked, like renationalising the railways and funding more funding for the NHS and taxing the wealthy more. Not a lot, just a bit more. And more protection for workers and a higher minimum wage and all of these things. All of the things that proved popular with the people. But they were painted by the press without going into the detail of them. They were painted as coming from, just as you said, a loony lefty, a hard left Marxist. Oh my God, he's wearing a beard. And so they painted him as a kind of devil. And they just did not stop. They kept pummeling him. I've never seen a single person get such a constant drubbing by the press ever. I mean, I can't think of anybody. And I think that it was particularly because at one point, Jeremy Corbyn made the mistake of saying out loud that he wanted to examine the concentration of newspaper titles in such a small number of hands. And the three people that he was talking about freaked out and levelled their guns at him and pummeled him for years, to the point that this entire country thinks of Jeremy Corbyn as a hard left Marxist and a loony lefty. But if you tell people in the street the policies that he was espousing, you get a positive response to every one of them. To the point now, I mean, the Conservative Party was saying, "Oh my God, don't listen to anything that he says. We're telling you that this man is dangerous." But they knew that what he was saying was popular, and the proof of that is that they have now co-opted all of those policies: renationalising the railways, funding the NHS, protection for workers. You know, the saying that we're not going to race to the bottom of the barrel as far as standards and protections are concerned. A higher minimum wage. The only one that they left out, curiously, they skipped this one, taxing the wealthy a bit more. They forgot to do that one. Odd. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Belfast. Tony.
Hi, Nick, and Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year.
Right. We were talking earlier about the schools and, you know, them being forced to open again, and how they promised all the computers to the kids, right? Which they didn't fulfill.
No.
But also, they if the children do get computers eventually, some of the families can't afford the internet, right? Oh, and that was one of Jerry
Corbyn. I mean, if people are going to food banks, then I guess they can't afford the internet. That does make sense.
Yeah. Plus, that was one of Jeremy Corbyn's things. He was going to give free internet to everybody, which would have solved that problem.
Yeah.
You know, and the reason that they're forcing the kids back in is that they haven't given the computers out to the kids, and they haven't supplied them with internet. So they're covering their backs on that, and as I say, no matter what things happen, they'll always cover their backs.
Well, it's amazing, really, when you think about it, that they're insisting that kids can't go to schools, and so they either just sit at home doing nothing, or they take part in lessons with computers and the internet. Now, if you're insisting that they don't go to school for obvious reasons, then I can't think what the word is. It is imperative that the government actually provides an alternative, because these are things that we have actually paid for with our taxes. State schools, they don't just magic themselves out of thin air. We pay for them. And so if you're not going to provide them for understandable reasons, then you have to provide an alternative. But if they aren't, if people aren't able to afford a £1,000 laptop and 30 quid a month for the internet, then they have to be provided. But because they aren't, the very people who need them, who need the education the most disadvantaged, are going to fall even further behind. God, it's almost... I can understand why conspiracy theorists are so insistent on their belief system, because if it's not a conspiracy, then it is a giant cock-up, or just they think, or they just don't care.
Well, Nick, another thing there is that another way that they could not get out of it, but in Mexico, I think they've put the school learning on TV. I don't know if that's a way they could, maybe somehow or other, because I'm sure they can get a lot of channels there to put them on TV, you know, and do a lot of lessons on TV. I don't know how it would work, but...
Well, it would work like the Open University, presumably. That's a good idea. Why hasn't anybody thought of that? Oh, my God, you're a genius, Tony. Would you like to be the Minister for Education?
No, I was ready offered that by one of the parties here, but I turned it down.
Right, okay. All right, well, let us know if you change your mind. Thanks, Tony. 0345 6060 973. I mean, we have one ourselves, but I'm not sure about him. You know, I just don't know. Gavin Williamson. That should just come with an exclamation mark, a question mark. Gavin Williamson? Question mark? That should be, people should be set an essay question. Kids, your essay question for the day is Gavin Williamson? Discuss. It would be the correct thing to do and the right thing to do and a robust thing to do. And it's right and correct and robust. And the thing to remember is that it's right and correct and robust. Let's have Manchester. Wayne.
Hello.
Wayne.
All the best for the new year, mate.
Yeah, same to you.
Yeah. You know, the Scottish chap that was on a minute ago, he's talking about the SNP, the middle left or outer left or whatever. I don't see anything that's a nationalist party. We won't call the BNP mid-left or centre-left. We'd never call the Welsh Nationalist Party middle-left. So don't forget the SNP were innocent of anything.
We're really going... We're doing the History Channel now?
If you like to, yeah.
Well, no, I really wouldn't. I'm not remotely interested in discussing the History Channel. Let's stick with the current decade. What are you talking about? 0345 6060 973. Let's have Newark. Where's that, Margaret?
Oh, well, it's the same village, Piers Morgan village.
Oh.
Well, hang on, let's retrieve that. Dirk Bogarde.
Dirk Bogarde lives there?
Yeah, well, he did do.
He did do, yeah.
Yes, in his misspent youth.
Yeah, did do, dead now.
Yes. Well,
it must be a very posh place for Piers Morgan to reside there, because he must have a boatload of money, him.
Well, actually, his mother and father, a few months ago, they got COVID.
Oh.
And apparently it's quite bad here in Newark now.
Is it?
Yeah, and Eastbourne's not so good either.
Yeah, bad here, there and everywhere.
Absolutely. Well, my idea, and I was going to sort of mention it to somebody about 3 weeks ago, and it sort of never came up about schooling. But as a TV licence payer, I wondered if I could suggest that the BBC, similar to the gentleman before, could hand over some of their channels, like BBC Two, BBC Three.
Well, like everything during the day, for instance. None of those programmes are essential to daily life. They just aren't. They're just fillers.
That's it. And of course, people keep saying, "Oh, well, they're not BBC television." That won't sort of. But the children are hooked on David Attenborough.
Yes,
aren't they?
Well, who isn't? I love that show.
On Chris Packham. I mean, let's get, and it might inspire some of the retired teachers to sort of, because you've got the younger children, Sesame Street. Why can't we have it so that, kids from 11 to 12, they have sort of a really sort of interesting set of teachers.
Yeah, well, that's a very good idea. I mean, the Open University for school children. If they can't go to school, then they can repurpose all those filler programs on the BBC.
Yes.
As educational because no adult needs to watch any of those programs.
No,
I mean,
it wouldn't. Then there wouldn't be
your life will not
laptops.
be your life will not be curtailed or more miserable if you don't watch. I don't even know what they're called, Antiques on Ice or whatever the hell they're called. All that nonsense that they just, like chewing gum for the brain that they put on during the day. It's like Me Too shows. They see some tripe on ITV and think, oh, well, let's just nick that idea and we'll put one of our people on and do it in order to compete directly with ITV.
It's
right. Just so lazy.
Not worry about not having laptops, you see.
Yes, you're quite right.
Usually people pay one licence fee, don't they? And then they have about 2 or 3. Well, a cheap old telly wouldn't be much to buy second hand, and that could be.
They're giving them away.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Good work. Thanks a lot, Margaret. 0345 6060 973. We've solved education. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Here is a call in Portsmouth. Harry.
Oh, yes, hello, Nick. This could be a pleasure or pain call, depending on how you feel about it.
Right then.
White's Lemonade. Ronnie Corbett appeared in one of them, didn't he?
Did he?
Yeah. They sort of learned to spoof themselves over the years, the Lemonade people. And I'm sure the Green Cross Code Man was in one, but I might be wrong.
Well, the Green Cross Code Man was a certain you-know-who.
Yeah, he appeared as himself, or he appeared as Darth Vader, but or both. I can't remember now, but I'm pretty certain it did happen.
Right. You weren't hallucinating?
Well, you don't know anymore.
No, you don't. No, it's all like dreams and imaginings and real life all sort of melds into one, doesn't it?
That's right. You were, I think, a few years back, I think about 2000, when Blair was trying to get people on the computers, but for some reason the schools didn't have enough computers. So a well-known supermarket had a campaign, Computers for Schools, so you had to spend extra money in their shop, and somewhere along the line they donated computers.
Right, yeah, I do vaguely remember that.
Yeah, do you think it should be resurrected?
Well, it seems hard to believe that a country that can throw £21 billion at a test and trace system that doesn't work can't provide laptops for families who are going to food banks, for crying out loud.
Absolutely, it does not compute, but you've got a line for
that's
that
the
somewhere.
problem, yeah.
It's ridiculous. And I was going to mention this business about the plane repaint. Also what happened when May was in, because the PM's like landing at Northolt, the RAF place, just on the A40 there, on the edge of London, they've got to keep it going. Now, it would have been a great runway as an extra runway instead of overloading Heathrow, but you've got, I think, Uxbridge nearby, which just happens to be Boris's place.
Right.
And they always object. But they spent about 15 million re-tarmacking and putting new runway lights in only about 4 years ago when May was in. Because otherwise she couldn't have got flown to Brussels like she did, and Boris couldn't have had that plane come back from Brussels with the paperwork.
And where is that again?
That's RAF Northolt. You drive past
Northolt. Right.
You've got the Polish War Memorial roundabout there as you drift along the A40.
Yeah.
And you could see the white buildings on the north side where RAF Northolt is.
Right.
That's where they had the fighters there during the Olympics. They had to have a couple of fighters handy for if the missiles came from over the Olympics.
Yes. All right. Okay. Good work. Thanks a lot, Harry. Cheers, mate. 034560. Yeah. Never mind about the number. You know, one thing that I failed to mention yesterday. Well, I mentioned it, but then I failed to do it. Was parrots. Finally, somebody's going to do something about parrots. I've been bellyaching about this for ages. Parakeets face a massive cull as government officials consider shooting those squawking pests out of the sky. About time, too. They're taking over those things. We're going to have another grey squirrels phenomenon. You remember the red squirrels? Oh, so cute. Well, those small, little, fluffy, cute things were shown the door by those evil, grey, furry tree rats, which don't belong here. Come over here. So now they're going to do it to parrots, or they're thinking about it. They're talking about it. Which is, it's like typical for this government. I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do that. Oh yeah, sure. Well, I'll tell you what, Boris. We'll just hold our breath, shall we?
Yeah. Wait.
The psychedelic flying rats, parrots, are apparently Britain's fastest spreading species of bird. God, I mean, they're so annoying. The squawk, and they take over territory that should belong to British songbirds. Like the robin, and the blackbird, and the tit. Which, by the way, could they not have called it something else?
Disgusting.
Why did they have to call it that? Sources at the Department for Environment, Food and Blasting Birds Out of the Air are discussing plans to shoot populations of ringneck parakeets for the first time ever. It's the only kind of language they understand.
Correct.
You know, you go to Kew and they just take over. I mean, it's bad enough that the planes come over all the time. But you've got flocks of these luminous green things, like flying around, and what a racket they make. It's not a blooming jungle, it's Kew Gardens. They're everywhere. Between 1995 and 2015, parakeet numbers exploded by 1,455%. What? Huge! They're having intimate parrot relations with each other.
Dreadful.
Isn't that awful? 1,455%. There's 170,000 of them now, more or less. Those bright birds all over the UK, and now each of them is going to explode into 1,000 feathers, which will fall like green snow. Discussions are underway to cull these birds for very good reasons. They pose a threat to native wildlife. Don't get all ooh and ah about parrots, because their presence means that birds that should live here have been pushed out. Discussions are underway to cull the birds, but there are no, this is according to the Telegraph, they said there are no concrete plans. Well, you know what? They should bury them in concrete. That's not a controversial thing to say, is it? Most parakeet populations are concentrated in London. Yeah, tell me about it. I mean, this last summer, every now and again I'd hear one. I thought, oh, God, they're not moving in, are they? Because can you imagine living with that racket? I like the blackbird. I had a blackbird resident on a tree up my way, and it was beautiful. As the sun was going down, it would take residence in the very highest branch and do its melodious thing. It was lovely to hear. What you don't want is to get pushed out of its territory by these squawking psychedelic green things. So there's some in London, the home counties, Birmingham, Manchester. They're even up as far as Glasgow. And in 2014, experts from the University of Kent said that parakeets pose an urgent economic, societal and environmental problem as they are a main cause of global biodiversity loss.
Oh, no.
They compete against native birds, including blue tits and great tits. They really should call them something else. And they compete at garden bird feeders. You know, you put out your seeds and you turn your back and you turn around again and they've gone. These psychedelic green things have got them all. They just bully our native birds out the way. In 2009, landowners were apparently given the right to shoot and poison ringneck parakeets without requiring specific permission. You know, people keep saying that Jimi Hendrix released the first pair of parakeets.
Rock and roll!
Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. They were called Adam and Eve, the ones that he let go, and he let them go as a symbol of peace.
Groovy.
And I think the Mail said he let them go as a symbol of peace when he was stoned in London's Carnaby Street in 1968.
Want to score some pot?
Well, that certainly sounds like Jimi Hendrix. They were lucky he didn't set them on fire and try to smoke them. There's another theory that maintains the birds escaped from the set of The African Queen, that film with Humphrey Bogart, Katharine Hepburn. But a study revealed that the birds were reported in Britain as far back as 1855, when one was seen in Norfolk. And they've been coming over here, bothering our tits ever since.
Dreadful.
Isn't that awful? And when they're done with them, they can start on the grey squirrels. Before those little things realise that we won't put up a fight, and they start nicking our sandwiches. Because if they do realise that we are scaredy, slow-moving bags of fat, then no picnic will be safe again. And if you don't believe me, there's a story that happened just the other day in America for people out in the wild there getting attacked by mad squirrels. Awful. If the word gets around that we won't put up a fight, then we'll really be in trouble.